Chapter 286. The entire room was silent for a moment because no one present could answer Yao Moan's question. No one knew who Ingli was, nor did anyone know what value she had for Yi Hong-yi to indulge her so unbridledly. At this moment, Yao Mo-wan's heart gradually sank. She suddenly felt as if there was an invisible force slowly pressing down on her. Even so, Yao Mo-wan still shivered. Even if it was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, she wouldn't be afraid. Thus, on the day she returned to Chu Palace, Yao Mo-wan saw the legendary Ingli as expected. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mo-wan caressed the place where Lu Xing had fallen, her tears falling uncontrollably. At that time, she had solemnly vowed to Lu Xing that she would protect him for a lifetime. But now, those words were still ringing in her ears, yet she and Lu Xing were forever separated. Nyang Nyang, His Majesty has arrived. Outside the palace, Tingyu hurriedly ran in and reported in a low voice. Lu Xing, Wu Wu, come out. They said you went down, but it's so dark down there. So cold. Lu Xing. Yao Mo-wan knelt on the ground, her tears pouring out and falling on the place where Lu Xing had bled. Wanner, what's wrong? Hurry and get up. The moment Yi Hongyi entered, he saw this scene. No. Wanner wants to pull Lu Xing out. Lu Xing. Wu Wu. Yao Mo-wan cried her heart out, her soft and jade-like hands vigorously digging at the ground as if she wanted to pull something out. Jean silly Wanner, Lu Xing isn't down there. Jean already gave him a grand burial. Don't be sad. Be good. Seeing Yao Mo-wan crying like a tearful person, Yi Hongyi's heart ached to the extreme. When he found out that Yao Mo-wan had returned to the imperial palace, Yi Hongyi even threw down the imperial edict he had written halfway. He didn't even have time to put on his robe before hurrying over. 49 days, there wasn't a day that he didn't think of this woman. Every night, he couldn't sleep. In this life, this was the first time he tasted the feeling of falling in love with a woman. It can't be. Lu Xing is just down there. Wanner has to pull him up. He'll be scared if he stays there by himself. Wu. Yao Moan struggled in Yi Hongyi's embrace, her teary eyes staring at the ground as if she wanted to pierce through it. Wanner, don't be like this. It's Zhen's fault. Zhen didn't protect Lu Xing well and made you sad. Zhen promises that in the future, no one will dare touch a single blade of grass in Guan Osprey Palace. All right? Yi Hongyi abruptly pulled Yao Mo-wan into his embrace. When he saw her tears, Yi Hongyi felt his heart ache to the extreme. At the end of the sound, a woman dressed in revealing clothes was leaning against the door. She was dressed in a dazzling rainbow-colored silk robe with 2 bright red ribbons hanging from her shoulders, accentuating the woman's craftiness and quick-wittedness. Her long hair was tied up with beads, and a lock of hair that was dyed dark green fell straight down from the middle of her bun. There were 2 silver pendants the size of bowls dangling from her earlobes and over 10 glazed armbands on her arms. There was also a silver chain with purple bells on it. She didn't look like someone from the Central Plains. What caught Yao Mo-wan's attention the most was the half of the woman's face that was covered with a mask. The part below the nose and eyes were completely hidden behind the mask. The mask was snow white, and there was a beautiful dark red datura flower drawn on it, which was also known as the red spider lily in common people's mouths. For a moment, Yao Mo-wan felt that this woman in front of her seemed familiar, as if she had seen her somewhere before. That familiarity overflowed from the bottom of her heart. Ingli, what are you doing here? Even if Yi Hongyi didn't say it, Yao Mo-wan could guess this woman's identity. Ingli. She was the one who killed Lu Xing. Yao Mo-wan's heart burned. She hated that she couldn't throw the woman in front of her into a sea of fire and turn her into ashes. You're Ingli. Yao Mo-wan stopped struggling and choked with sobs as she looked towards the woman at the door. Her fair jade fingers continuously wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. At the door, Ingli glanced at Yao Mo-wan disdainfully, then walked towards Yi Hongyi while twisting her slender waist. Ingli naturally came to recognize people. Of course, she also came to search Guan Osprey Palace again. That day, there was an insensible eunuch that caused Ingli to lose interest in Guan Osprey Palace, so she didn't look carefully. The sharp and melodious voice slowly entered along with the crisp sound of bells. Without waiting for Yi Hongyi to speak, Yao Mo Wan suddenly moved out of Yi Hongyi's embrace and fiercely pounced towards Ingli. Just as Yao Mo Wan was about to touch Ingli's silk robe, she felt a pain in her wrist. When she looked up, Ingli had already firmly gripped her wrist. "Your Majesty doesn't seem to like Ingli very much?" Ingli's silk robe fluttered in the wind. Ingli's lips curved into a smile as she met Yao Mo Wan's angry gaze. A trace of bewitchment flashed through her eyes. "You're the one who killed Lu Xing. I'm going to send you down to apologize to Lu Xing." Yao Mo Wan pouted, tears welling up in her eyes. However, her heart was incomparably stifled, even suffocating. She couldn't help but admit that the indescribable pressure that the woman in front of her gave her made her feel threatened for the first time. "His Majesty has always praised Your Majesty in front of Ingli for being as gentle as water and kind-hearted. But now Your Majesty wants to kill Ingli? Kill someone. Isn't Your Majesty afraid?" Ingli widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes slowly drawing closer to Yao Mo Wan. The red spider lily on her face in particular seemed to have the power to enchant people's hearts, causing Yao Mo Wan to momentarily forget to retort. "Insolence. Ingli, let go." Fortunately, with Yi Hongyi's angry roar, Yao Mo Wan abruptly woke up from her daze. A biting cold light flashed through her eyes. When she raised her eyes, she saw the mysterious light in Ingli's eyes. "Your Majesty, what's the rush? With your protection, what can Ingli do to Her Majesty?" Ingli withdrew her strange gaze and resentfully let go of Yao Mo Wan's snow-white wrist, then turned to walk into the inner room. "This is the Empress's quarters. Without Your Majesty's permission, no one is allowed to enter or leave." When Tingyu saw Ingli walk towards the inner room, she immediately blocked her way. Her voice was neither servile nor overbearing, but her eyes were filled with hatred. Guan Osprey Palace is actually just a bunch of slaves who aren't afraid of death." Ingli's eyes abruptly turned cold. She abruptly pulled out something that looked like a soft sword from her waist. It looked like a soft sword, but 5 short blades shot out from the center of the blade, scattering in all directions. This kind of weapon was extremely vicious. Not only was it fatal in one strike, it was also meant to stab people until there wasn't an inch of skin left unscathed. "Ingli, do you still have Zhen, the Emperor, in your eyes?" Just as Yao Mo Wan was about to rush in front of Tingyu, Yi Hongyi suddenly spoke, his voice as cold as ice. "Look at what Your Majesty is saying. If Ingli didn't have you, the Emperor, in her eyes, this sword would definitely blossom in this servant's body. That wouldn't be an ordinary feeling of pleasure." Ingli's feminine gaze seemed to inadvertently sweep over Yao Mo Wan, the corners of her lips hooking in a provocative smile. Her heart was like a taut zither string that suddenly snapped. It hurt so much that Yao Mo Wan trembled and found it hard to breathe. "Your Majesty, Wanner is afraid. She's a bad person. Save Tingyu." Yao Mo Wan burrowed into Yi Hongyi's embrace with a broken heart. Huge waves had already formed in her heart. "Get out." Yi Hongyi abruptly raised a finger and roared. "Fine, since Your Majesty is soft-hearted. Ingli also doesn't want to spoil Your Majesty's mood. Today, we won't search this Guan Osprey Palace and will also let this servant go. However, Your Majesty should still advise Your Majesty to cooperate with Ingli in case something unpleasant happens in the future that would put Your Majesty in a difficult position." Ingli put away her weapon with a wave of her hand, then swaggered over to Yi Hongyi. She gave a careless nod, then walked around the two of them and left Guan Osprey Palace. Just as Ingli reached the palace gates, she ran into Yi Junqing, who was rushing over. Chapter 287. This is the legendary esteemed prince, right? As expected, he's elegant and handsome. I heard that the esteemed prince's residence is missing a princess. Ingli is very interested. "Prince, there's no harm in considering it." Ingli placed her jade-like fingers lightly on Yi Junqing's shoulder and circled around him like a cat. Her charming eyes shone brightly, making her look flirtatious and flirtatious. "You're called Ingli?" Yi Junqing's gaze was solemn as he carefully examined the woman in front of him. He was a bit surprised. He had never imagined that Lu Xing's killer would be someone from a different race. He had also never seen this kind of clothing before. It's a pretty name, right? Prince, you have to remember it. Perhaps this word will accompany Prince for the rest of your life. Ingli smiled strangely. Before Yi Junqing could retort, she had already turned to leave. The ringing of the bells gradually faded away. There was no time to investigate Ingli's identity. Yi Junqing immediately turned to enter the main hall. However, when he saw Yao Moen crying in Yi Hongyi's arms, his heart sank. In the East Wing, he had clearly sensed a vigorous internal energy that didn't belong to Yin Shui surging in the main hall. Even though he knew that Yi Hongyi was there and that Yi Hongyi definitely wouldn't allow Yao Moen to be injured, he still couldn't help himself. He was afraid that the tragedy at Bright Moon Gorge would happen again. He was afraid that it would be too late. This subject kowtows in salute to your majesty. Yi Junqing choked inwardly and forcefully suppressed his disorderly footsteps. He slowly walked in front of Yi Hongyi and lowered his eyes, a hint of darkness flashing through them. Stand up. You've done a great service for the Empress to return safely this time. We will naturally reward you later. Wanner, don't be afraid. With us here, no one will dare to harm you. Rest for now. We'll go take care of some matters first. We'll come back to accompany you at night. Yi Hongyi's voice was a bit hurried as he glanced in the direction Ingli had left in. Once Yi Hongyi was far away, Yao Moen sat down on the chaise lounge dejectedly. Her eyes were filled with worry, and she didn't say anything. That Ingli just now is the fastest to update her domain. She's fighting here, isn't she? How would she dare? Yi Junqing quickly walked in front of Yao Moen. He only relaxed when he saw that Yao Moen was completely unharmed. Tingyu, how are you? Yao Moen suddenly understood and immediately looked towards Tingyu. Tingyu was standing there, her face pale and her legs still trembling. Her ladyship. She actually used such a vicious thing to kill Lu Xing. Tingyu was badly frightened. She could not imagine how terrible it would be if that damned thing pierced into a person's body and blossomed. Yin Shui. Yao Moen immediately summoned Yin Shui. Yin Shui suddenly appeared at Tingyu's side and helped her to sit at the table before looking towards Yao Moen. Master, this person is very strange, and her martial arts are unfathomable. Just now, you seem to have the symptoms of her soul stealing. Yin Shui's brows furrowed, her expression unusually grave. Soul catcher? You're saying that she knows the soul-searching technique? Yi Junqing abruptly turned to look at Yin Shui in shock. Yin Shui doesn't dare to be certain, but this woman is indeed strange. Yin Shui spoke from her heart. Yin Shui is right. This time, we've encountered a strong enemy. We've already clashed with them, yet this consort still doesn't know where she came from. Also, did any of you notice that she looks very familiar? Asked Yao Moen suspiciously. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other in dismay and shook their heads. In reality, besides Yao Moen, no one else had ever looked at Ingli at such a close distance. Then what do we do now? What if she charges into Guan Osprey Palace again? Tingyu's voice trembled slightly, and there was a faint trace of fear in her eyes. The soul-searching technique is impossible to guard against. Once someone is hit by it, they'll become the user's puppet. If she really knows this technique, we must be on guard. This prince will make a trip to Phoenix Feather Manor. I believe that Yin Nanxing will have a way, said Yi Junqing seriously. We can only trouble Prince with this matter. If it was Yin Shui, she might not necessarily be able to enter Phoenix Feather Manor. Yao Moen sighed heavily and did her best to calm down. When facing a strong enemy, she had to keep her mind clear at all times. This subordinate will also do my best to have my clansmen investigate this person's origins. Even if she fell from the sky, she will still have a place in the divine altar, said Yin Shui solemnly. Yin Shui, how are her martial arts? Yao Moen reflexively gripped her own wrist, her eyes stern. If we really fight, Yin Shui doesn't dare to guarantee complete victory, but she definitely won't lose. After some consideration, Yin Shui said this conservatively. That's good. Get in touch with Lu Sha for the next 2 days. Once Yao Sulwan enters Mongyuan, tell him to pass on this consort's orders to Bin Lei. Then tell him to hurry back to the palace. If this woman could fight to a draw with Yin Shui, then Yi Junqing definitely wouldn't be her match. While Yao Moen was busy making arrangements in Guan Osprey Palace, Central Dragon Palace was filled with smoke. At this time, Yingli was holding Jewel by the neck, the bright dagger in her hand pressed against Jewel's throat. On the table, inside the cage made of silver, Fluffy seemed to have sensed the danger around her. She meowed as if asking for help. "Stop. Yingli, it's just a beast. There's no need to make things difficult for it." When Yihongi entered, he dismissed all the guards and eunuchs at the door, then closed the door tightly. "Your Majesty, why didn't you stay in Guan Osprey Palace to accompany your foolish consort? What are you doing back here?" Yingli hummed a tune as she played with the dagger between her fingers. "Warner normally dotes on these two cats. If something happens to them, Warner will definitely feel terrible. You've already killed Lu Xing. Is that still not enough?" Yihongi walked over to the table angrily and reached out to grab Jewel from Yingli's hands. "Your Majesty, don't forget the promise you made to Master back then." Yingli abruptly picked up Jewel and stared at Yihongi sharply. "We did indeed promise Spiritual Master Ziyang that you would be allowed to move freely in the Imperial Palace until the culprit was found. However, just investigate. Why do you have to make things difficult for Warner? She's just an idiot. You saw it with your own eyes. Could it be that you suspect that the culprit behind all of this is Warner?" Yihongi regretted it. Ever since Yao Moen had left, Yihongi hadn't been able to sleep at night. He had carefully investigated everything that had happened in the Imperial harem and felt that there were some things that were too strange and illogical. Therefore, he thought of a trump card that his father, the Emperor, had given him before his death. Thus, he wrote a letter to his father's sworn brother, one of the meritorious ministers who had conquered the Great Chu, the Reverend Purple Sun, Luo Bin, who had now retired. 3 days later, this Yingli appeared in front of Yihongi with a letter personally written by Spiritual Master Ziyang. It was clearly written on the letter that the woman in front of him was Spiritual Master Ziyang's beloved disciple. If Yihongi was willing to relinquish power and guarantee Yingli's safety, then Yingli would stay. Yihongi thought that he had gained a helper, so he immediately arranged for Yingli to stay in the most luxurious palace aside from Guan Osprey Palace, Moonlight Palace. He also treated her with great courtesy. What's there to be suspicious about Yingli? Ever since Yingli entered the palace, there had been nothing suspicious in the entire imperial harem. Only Guan Osprey Palace had been in trouble. Not to mention anything else, even if Guan Osprey Palace was a blessed land, it would still be impossible for a Lingji to grow there, let alone a purple Lingji with 300-year-old rings. Yingli had only wanted to take the Lingji back to study it, but she had been stopped by that tactless eunuch. It was clear that he had a guilty conscience. Yingli killing him wasn't unjust. As for these two cats, can your Majesty really guarantee that these two cats won't have the same effect as the pigeons? Yingli abruptly raised Jewel as she questioned coldly. This is simply unreasonable. There has never been a precedent of cats being domesticated. Yingli, stop being unreasonable. Zhan's tolerance has its limits. Yihongi couldn't bear to make Yao Moen sad again, so no matter what he had to do, he had to protect the lives of these two animals. Moreover, he also wanted to use this to warn Yingli that in this imperial palace, he was the one in charge of life and death. Chapter 288. What if Yingli insists on killing these two beasts? Yinghao's dark eyes suddenly turned cold. His gaze towards Yihongi was filled with an indescribable bitterness. "You dare!" Yihongi's brows widened in anger as his black eyes shone with a bloodthirsty light. His hands gradually clenched into fists, veins popping out on the backs of his hands. He had clearly activated his true qi. Seeing the killing intent in Yihongi's eyes, Yingli suddenly laughed and turned to hug Jewel in her arms, gently caressing it. His Majesty actually wanted to kill Yingli for these two beasts. It can be seen that Yao Moen is a very capable woman. With just a few tears, she managed to win His Majesty's love and trust. This kind of woman, if you say she's an idiot, even if I die, I won't believe it. Yingli's hand that was caressing Jewel suddenly tightened, and Jewel, who was in her bosom, instantly stopped moving. "No, bastard! How could we let you do that?" Yihongi never expected Yingli to be so arrogant. He immediately attacked Yingli's chest. Yingli casually tossed Jewel to the side and moved around Yihongi. With Yihongi's few moves, it would be hard to even touch her, much less take her life. After a few moves, Yi Hongyi was gasping for breath, but Ingli wasn't injured at all. Ingli, don't think that we can't do anything to you. Yi Hongyi's black eyes abruptly turned cold. His well-built body suddenly leaped to the side of the wall, and he abruptly pressed one hand against the ink wash painting on the wall. Several tins of sharp arrows shot towards Ingli like a rain of arrows. Ingli hadn't expected that there would be such a sinister ambush in Yi Hongyi's room. She immediately shivered and dodged like a swallow, but an arrow from behind still pierced her left arm. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to activate the mechanism again, Excellent suddenly meowed on the ground. Only after Yi Hongyi was stunned did he stop releasing hidden weapons. You didn't kill it? Yi Hongyi's brows furrowed as he looked at Ingli. Your Majesty's words are indeed precious. For a beast, you actually disregarded the agreement with my master and wanted to kill Ingli. Ingli's heart ached. You were actually toyed with by Yao Moen to the point where you can't distinguish right from wrong. How pathetic. I can't believe that the great Chu's land has fallen into the hands of a fatuous ruler like you. Ingro covered his wounded left arm with one hand and growled mournfully. Tears trickled down from the corners of his eyes. Ingli, why do you insist on targeting Wanner? Everyone knew that she was an idiot. How can an idiot like her have the ability to play politics? Yi Hongyi felt a bit vexed when he saw the blood on Ingli's arm. Perhaps he had been too impulsive. If this matter reached Sage Ziyang's ears, he definitely wouldn't let it go. That person had Imperial Father's golden scroll of pardon, and that would be a big problem. What everyone knows might not necessarily be the truth. Everyone knew that His Majesty and Wan Maxin were deeply in love, but His Majesty knew better than anyone how Yao Maxin had died. Why is it that His Majesty can sever his relationship with Yao Maxin, but has to give up on 6 Nights of Romance, which is the fastest to update? His entire literary hand can't beat this Yao Moen. Ingli was enraged and her voice was filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Blood flowed down along her lotus arm, forming a red spider lily on the ground, causing the flower on her face to appear even more bewitching and enchanting. Shut up. Yao Maxin died from a difficult childbirth. Everyone in the world knows this. It was a difficult childbirth. Yi Hongyi's heart, which had just calmed down, suddenly surged with raging waves. He didn't allow anyone to touch his reverse scale. Difficult childbirth? She clearly died in the cold palace. Your Majesty has done very well in cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. That child cannot be allowed to live. Ingli smiled. Her sinister smile contained a trace of sorrow, causing one's hair to stand on end. Shut up. Jin told you to shut up. Ingli, don't blame Jin. Yi Hongyi's killing intent surged and he abruptly raised his palm. Just as Yi Hongyi was about to activate the most sinister hidden weapon in Central Dragon Palace, Ingli suddenly took off her face. If your Majesty still wants to kill Ingli after seeing this face, then Ingli has nothing to say. Ingli had nothing to say. Her ice-cold voice rang out, as calm as a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples or waves. At this moment, all of Yi Hongyi's anger and killing intent disappeared. All that was left was shock. That night, the new moon hung high in the sky and the sky was dotted with stars. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen looked at the table full of food and couldn't eat much. Yi Junqing had gone to Phoenix Feather Manor at noon, so he should be arriving soon. After returning this time, Yi Junqing seemed to have changed a lot. At the very least, he wouldn't ask about Changle Palace anymore. This made Yao Moen feel very gratified. Now that they were facing a strong enemy, she really didn't have the mood to continue arguing with Yi Junqing about this matter. At this time, Yao Moen had just put down her chopsticks when she saw Tingyu jog in. Your Highness, this servant has searched the entire inner palace but hasn't found Fluffy or Jewel. Tingyu panted as she anxiously reported. Yao Moen's brows furrowed slightly. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly heard the crisp sound of a bell. Your Highness, it's her. You go in first. When the bell fell in Tingyu's ears, it instantly caused her to break out in a cold sweat. Even so, Tingyu still stood in front of Yao Moen, as if she was going to protect her mistress with her life. You withdraw. Yao Moen's expression was as heavy as still water. Her deep eyes glowed with a cold light as she pushed Tingyu behind her. At this time, Ingli had already walked into Guan Osprey Palace. She was holding the silver cage that held Fluffy and Jewel. "Return it to Bin Gong." Yao Moen walked in front of Ingli with a cold expression. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes were as calm as an ancient well, without the slightest hint of emotion. "TSK. Shouldn't your highness be rubbing your eyes and throwing yourself at Ingli while crying and trying to snatch the cat away? Why aren't you pretending anymore?" Ingli looked at the cold expression on Yao Moen's face and smiled coldly, but her eyes were filled with deep hatred. "It's not like His Majesty came with us. Why would Bin Gong do that?" Yao Moen sighed, then turned around and sat down lazily at the table, no longer looking at the struggling cat in the cage. "Yao Moen, do you need to reveal your foxtail so quickly? Ingli hasn't played enough yet." When Ingli saw that Yao Moen seemed to be a completely different person from before, she was startled and suddenly lost all confidence. "Bin Gong also wants to play with Miss Ing, but His Majesty actually dealt such a heavy blow to Miss Ing for the sake of 2 animals. Bin Gong doesn't dare to play anymore. A human life is at stake." Yao Moen glanced at Ing Li's injured left arm, and her lips curved into a mocking smile. "Yao Moen, don't think that Bin Gong doesn't dare to kill them," said Ing Li fiercely when she heard the sarcasm in Yao Moen's words. "There are many cats in this world. If these 2 die, Bin Gong will naturally catch another 2. In reality, these cats are just tools for Bin Gong to pretend to be idiots in front of His Majesty. These so-called tools are like clothes. If the old doesn't go, the new won't come." Yao Moen spoke lightly, but she felt very upset inside. No matter if it was the hamster from before or the current Fluffy and Jewel, they were all in her heart. "Yao Moen, you're too arrogant. Aren't you afraid that His Majesty is right outside? If His Majesty hears what you're saying, you won't even have a corpse left." Ing Li snorted coldly as she threw the silver cage on the ground, then walked over to sit in front of Yao Moen. As Yao Moen looked at those eyes that were as beautiful as limpid autumn waters, she felt that they were increasingly familiar, but she couldn't remember where she had seen them before. Bin Gong didn't rely on luck to be able to survive until now. Regardless of whether Ing Li knew how to use the soul-absorbing technique or not, Yao Moen deliberately avoided her gaze and the strange red spider lily on her face. Rely on her. Just as Yao Moen stopped talking, Ing Li suddenly shot out a cold arrow from her sleeve. That cold arrow emitted a cold glint as it shot towards the roof. Almost at the same time, the cold arrow turned around at the speed of light and pierced towards Ing Li's face. It was also at this moment that Yin Shui fell to the ground like a god. Although her expression was calm, the web between her thumb and index finger was numb from the impact. As a hidden guard, this was the first time Yin Shui had been forced to reveal herself. Chapter 289. Good skills, as expected of a hidden guard of the Yin clan. However, Ing Li doesn't put you in her eyes. As Ing Li spoke, she purposely hid the hand that caught the arrow in her sleeve to hide the skin and flesh that was twisted from the friction between the arrow and her hand. "Master." Yin Shui ignored Ing Li's mockery and looked towards Yao Moen respectfully. "It's fine. If she wanted to kill this consort, she would have done so the moment she entered. Withdraw." With a wave of Yao Moen's hand, Yin Shui disappeared without a trace. "You're quite smart. Of course Ing Li wouldn't kill you so easily. Ing Li must prove to everyone that you, Yao Moen, are nothing more than a person who deceives the world to gain a reputation, someone who pretends to be a pig to eat a tiger. You played His Majesty in the palm of your hand, and you're no different from the likes of Baoru and Daji, a person who brings disaster to the country and people." Ing Li hated Yao Moen's calm expression. Ever since she entered the world, no one had dared to act calm in front of her, especially those concubines who had never seen the world. Which one of them didn't treat her with respect and worship her like a god? Thus, she prepared to teach Yao Moen a lesson. "All right, this consort will sit here in Guan Osprey Palace and wait for you to bring evidence to expose this consort. However, this consort's patience is limited. Ing Li, if you hadn't killed Lu Xing, this consort wouldn't have bothered with you no matter how arrogant you were. However, it's different this time. The person who stained your hands with blood is extremely important to this consort. This consort promised him that I would definitely get revenge for him. Yao Mowen's voice gradually turned cold as she glared at Ingli. Revenge? That's a very interesting word. However, you caused so much trouble in the imperial court and inner palace. Was it also for revenge? Who was it for? Ingli raised her brows and a brilliant light flashed through her eyes. The datura on her face shone with a faint light. To get revenge for myself? For. Just as Yao Mowen was about to say Zhonger's name, Inshui suddenly appeared and struck the back of Yao Mowen's neck. Although the soul manipulation technique is powerful, the backlash is extremely strong. As the saying goes, to kill 10,000 people, one will suffer 3,000 losses. Inshui advises you to use it less. Inshui looked towards Ingli coldly. Interesting. When Yao Mowen wakes up, tell her that Inshui alone won't be able to save her life. Ingli sneered as she got up and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. The ringing of the bell was clear and resounded throughout Guan Osprey Palace. Once Ingli left, Inshui immediately carried Yao Mowen back to the inner room with Tingyu's help. It wasn't until the afternoon of the second day that Yao Mowen woke up. When she found out that she had been hit by Ingli's soul-absorbing technique, Yao Mowen was inwardly shocked. She had been very careful, but she had still been hit. It seemed that Ingli was harder to deal with than she had imagined. During dinner, when Yin Nansheng, who hadn't shown his face for a long time, suddenly appeared in front of Yao Mowen couldn't raise her spirits in the slightest. Thus, when faced with that beautiful face, Yao Mowen didn't even smile. It really is a terminal illness. Alas, the heavens are jealous of beauties. This saying is absolutely correct. Yin Nansheng couldn't help but shake his head, but Yao Mowen could clearly hear the ecstasy in Yin Nansheng's voice. Terminal illness? You can't be talking about the energetic me sitting in front of you, right? When Yao Mowen heard the joy in Yin Nansheng's voice, she became excited. This was something she had to learn from Chu Ma Bei. Even if her teeth hurt so much that she wanted to scratch the wall, she wouldn't be weak at all. This was called imposing. What are you blabbering about? Hurry and take out the thing, urged Yi Junqing when he saw that the situation wasn't good. Yin Nansheng only knew that he was a bit too happy, so he didn't dare say anything else to provoke Yao Mowen. He immediately took out a fist-sized pearl. The pearl was yellow and green and glowed with a rainbow light. The entire Guan Osprey Palace instantly became as bright as day. Yao Mowen had seen quite a few luminous pearls, but this was the first time she had seen such a large luminous pearl that glowed with a rainbow light. What is this? Yao Mowen's dispirited eyes instantly lit up like stars, and her slender fingers reached for the pearl greedily. This is the hanging thorn sky pearl that this prince promised you. How about it? This prince didn't go back on his word, right? Yi Junqing's mood improved greatly when he saw that Yao Mowen's dispirited state had disappeared. A rare and precious treasure, Yao Mowen commented concisely. Then she unceremoniously put the pearl away, as if she was afraid that Yin Nansheng would go back on his word. Of course. How could something that was buried with the Grand Empress of Great Chu be ordinary? Muttered Yin Nansheng in a low voice. Then he took out a green bag from his back and placed it lightly on the table. At this time, everyone's gazes were attracted by the bag in anticipation of an even greater surprise. Yin Nansheng slowly opened the bag. Inside was a golden box made of pure gold. Of course, this wasn't the main point. What Yao Mowen cared about was what was inside. The moment Yin Nansheng opened the golden box, even Yao Mowen, who had seen rare and precious treasures before, was stunned speechless for a long time. Inside the golden box was a crystal crown. The crown was pieced together from 9 different colored crystals. The workmanship was so fine that it was impossible to find any gaps between the pieces. It was flawless. 9 crystal crown? This is the 9 crystal crown? Yao Mowen vaguely remembered that Yi Junqing had mentioned this name to her before. Crystals were extremely rare in the world, especially amethyst, which was extremely rare. Aside from white and purple, crystals of other colors were as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. They could only be found by chance and not sought after. Now that she was able to see crystals of 9 different colors on a phoenix crown, Yao Mowen was sure that even someone like King Lulan, who was used to seeing rare objects, would be amazed. You know your stuff. Although beauty was very harsh to Nansheng before, Nanxing has always been magnanimous. Actually, Nanxing feels that compared to the hanging thorn sky pearl and this 9-crystal crown, this golden box is more useful to beauty. Yin Nanxing looked towards Yao Moen seriously and took her hand in sorrow. It seemed like he was going to bid farewell. Honorable Lord, you wouldn't take things too hard just because these 2 items belong to Moen, right? Yao Moen lifted her brows when she saw the sorrow on Yin Nanxing's face. She looked at his reaction with interest. In reality, she had heard every single word that Yin Nanxing had said. Why would Nanxing take things too hard? It's not like the one who's suffering from a terminal illness right now isn't. Yin Nanxing was getting carried away again. His radiant expression made Yao Moen grind her teeth in anger. In Shui, help this consort keep these 2 items well. Yao Moen took a deep breath, then summoned In Shui and handed the hanging thorn sky pearl and 9-crystal crown to her. In Shui nodded, then took these 2 items and disappeared from the main hall of Guan Osprey Palace. This was because she already had a premonition that what her master was going to do next was to deeply and mercilessly attack 6 Knights Romance. It was all written to hit Yin Nanxing. That's right. You have to keep them well. That's a priceless treasure. Yin Nanxing didn't seem to realize the danger he was in. However, Yi Junqing seemed to sense that Yao Moen's gaze was a bit strange. He immediately pulled Yin Nanxing over and told him to go back to where he came from. What's the rush? I still want to spend a bit more time with beauty. Yin Nanxing decided to accompany Yao Moen on her final journey. Prince truly doesn't understand Honorable Lord's thoughts. Moen doesn't have much time left. As long as Honorable Lord can endure until Moen's soul has passed away, then you can secretly dig out those things that were buried with Moen. Wouldn't that be perfect? Yao Moen's gentle eyes wavered slightly as she caressed the pure gold box on the table. Her voice was so cold that it made one shiver. Beauty, what are you saying? I, Yin Nanxing, am not that kind of person. Yin Nanxing argued for what was right, but he clearly didn't have enough confidence. In reality, Yao Moen's words were exactly what he was thinking. When Yi Junqing of Phoenix Feather Manor first asked him for help, he had already thought of this idea. Although digging up a grave was a bit unethical, this was the hanging thorn sky pearl. This was the 9-crystal crown. This was his lifeblood. Chapter 290. Actually, with Supremacy's strength, it's easy to make a golden coffin. Why be so stingy? Could it be that Supremacy thinks that the Grand Empress of Great Chu will be burned to ashes like a commoner? Yao Moen ignored Yin Nanxing's solemn vow and handed the golden box to Tingyu. Cremation is very popular, blurted out Yin Nanxing. At the side, Yi Junqing had been wiping away his sweat for a long time. Ahem, since that's the case, if Exalted Lord passes away one day, Moen will definitely personally cremate Exalted Lord. Moen will also make them do their best to burn Exalted Lord until not even his bones remain. Yao Moen was extremely vexed by Yin Nanxing's current behavior. If she had known that Yin Nanxing was this fickle, she would have been more ruthless back then. However, it wasn't too late to realize now. Nanxing has to live for a very long time. Yin Nanxing instantly felt that the atmosphere wasn't right when he saw the strange look in Yao Moen's eyes. No matter how long Supremacy lives, Moen will keep him company. Yao Moen's voice was like raindrops falling on a lotus leaf in a summer pond. It was clear and pleasant to the ear. You're not. Yi Junqing. Yin Nanxing came to a sudden realization. When he looked towards Yi Junqing, his beautiful peach blossom eyes almost fell to the ground. Cough, cough. This prince feels like it's better to change the topic. About the soul-stealing technique. Yi Junqing swore that he wasn't very good at deceiving people, but he hadn't expected Yin Nanxing to believe him. Who could he blame? Return my hanging thorn pearl. Return my 9-crystal crown. To Yin Nanxing, everything else was just fleeting clouds. Returning the hanging thorn pearl and 9-crystal crown was the most important thing. Supremacy. Are you joking? When have you ever seen someone take back something that's in Moen's hands? Yao Moen smiled unrestrainedly. At the side, Yi Junqing was stunned. How long had it been since Yao Moen smiled after Lu Xing's death? However, Yin Nanxing wouldn't smile even if a fairy descended to the mortal world right now. Do you really think that this prince can't beat In Shui? Yin Nanxing started rubbing his arms anxiously. Senior brother, this prince feels like we should talk about feelings. Seeing that Yin Nanxing was being serious, Yi Junqing immediately stepped in front of him. Don't talk about feelings, it's too costly. Looking at this disappointing junior brother in front of him, Yin Nanxing was speechless. If it weren't for the fact that they were from the same sect, he wouldn't have fallen for this little girl. Would you? Would you? If senior brother really wants to pursue this matter, then just blame it on Junqing. This matter has nothing to do with Yao Moen. Yi Junqing took a deep breath and immediately expressed his intentions. Then are you going to return the unending thorn pearl and 9 crystal crown to me? Yin Nanxing looked towards Yi Junqing with wide eyes. That's not very likely. Yi Junqing shook his head. A den of thieves. In the future, even if you invite me to come, I won't come. They won't come even if I give them money. After Yin Nanxing realized this, he wanted to leave angrily. Senior brother, don't leave. The soul-absorbing technique? When Yi Junqing saw that Yin Nanxing was about to turn around to leave, he immediately took 2 steps forward. However, Yin Nanxing turned around and pulled out a dozen or so pink bells, tossing them to Yi Junqing. Then he took out a box of perfume and threw it on the table before turning to leave. You really won't come even if I give you money? Yao Moen lifted her brows as she looked towards that winding figure, her voice clear and pleasant to the ear. At the door, Yin Nanxing hesitated for a long time before finally turning around. Continue researching. After saying this, Yin Nanxing leapt up and his figure streaked through the night sky, leaving behind a beautiful trail. Once Yin Nanxing left, Yi Junqing turned around and placed the pink bells on the table before looking towards Yao Moen timidly. This prince has no intention of cursing you. You also know that my senior brother, that... Yi Junqing thought that Yao Moen would get angry. After all, no one would be happy to be called a terminal illness. It's fine. If just a few words from someone could be exchanged for 2 rare treasures, Moen really wouldn't mind Prince cursing me a few more times. Also, you can say it a bit more harshly next time. Moen doesn't care. In any case, Moen often uses this trick on Prince. Yao Moen didn't mind. Back then, in order to scold Yin Nanxing, she had framed Yi Junqing quite a few times. For a moment, Yao Moen suddenly felt sympathy for Yin Nanxing. His life really was hard. Ahem. I wonder what senior brother meant by throwing these things at me. Yi Junqing changed the topic. If he continued listening, it was very likely that Yao Moen would tell him that he already had several dozen terminal illnesses. In Shui. Yao Moen lowered her eyes to look at the bells and incense box on the table before calling out to In Shui. She believed that In Shui should know what these things were used for. Reporting to Master, if In Shui's guess isn't wrong, the reason Ingli was able to use the soul-stealing technique while the other party was on high alert was because of the bells under her feet and the red spider lily on her face. Also, every time Ingli entered the room, In Shui would smell an extremely faint fragrance. It smelled a bit like ambergris, but much fainter than ambergris. If one didn't smell it carefully, they wouldn't be able to detect it at all. In Shui is thinking that the reason why Alliance Head gave us the bells and incense box must be because everything has a weakness. If we keep the bells on us and the incense box in the room, it'll definitely be effective, In Shui analyzed calmly. Yao Moen nodded in agreement to In Shui's explanation, then ordered Tingyu to string the bells on her wrist. Yi Junqing, however, felt very uncomfortable. As a man, he was always alone no matter where he went. He really couldn't stand other people looking at him strangely. However, because of Yao Moen's tyrannical might, divine might, Yi Junqing could only put up with it in Guan Osprey Palace. The night was silent. Moonlight shone through the window like silver shards. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi was lying on his bed. His pitch-black eyes were like 2 bottomless black holes. There was a whirlwind swirling in them. When he saw the face that looked exactly like him under Ying Li's makeup, Yi Hongyi was stunned. He never knew that there would be someone who looked so much like him in this world. It wasn't just similar, they were practically made from the same mold. Furthermore, it was a woman. Yi Hongyi tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind was a mess. Twins of a dragon and a phoenix? If Lady Mother had really given birth to twins of a dragon and a phoenix back then, Why did she send Ingli out of the imperial palace and into Luo Bin's hands? Could it be that Luo Bin cared more about that baby than imperial father? And why did Luo Bin retire and become a monk after becoming successful? Why? Just why? Yi Hongyi had a bad feeling. In that instant, he was extremely afraid. If the truth was as he thought, then Ingli and Luo Bin shouldn't be alive. But Lady Mother was already dead. No one knew this except for Luo Bin. Of course, he absolutely couldn't touch Ingli while the situation wasn't under his control. 3 days passed, and Ingli surprisingly didn't come to Guan Osprey Palace to cause trouble. Yao Moen was a bit surprised by this, but when she heard the news that Tingyu found out, Yao Moen knew that she had been careless. Nyang, it's bad. His Majesty threw Huan Heng into prison yesterday, and he's scheduled to be beheaded in public in 3 days. Lady Chun went to beg His Majesty this morning, but she's also been thrown into the cold palace. Tingyu panted as she reported. What? Yao Moen was shocked when she heard this. Even the tone of her voice changed slightly. She never expected that Ingli would do something to Huan Heng. Master, Ingli has come. Just as Yao Moen was about to speak, Yin Shui suddenly floated behind Yao Moen and reported. Yao Moen took a deep breath, nodded slightly, and backed away from Yin Shui. In the next second, Ingli, dressed in silk feather clothes, walked in delicately. He, Yi Junqing, was a dignified man. How could he do such a despicable thing? Then does Prince want to go now? Should I go? Or go? When Ingli had left Guan Osprey Palace, she had winked at Yi Junqing. Yao Moen remembered this very clearly. I'm not going, Yi Junqing said resolutely. Prince really has the heart to let Huan Heng die in prison? He's also bathed in blood with Prince on the battlefield, right? Yao Moen tried to reason with him. There are many people who have bathed in blood with this prince. If everyone comes to find this prince for something, then wouldn't this prince be busier than Buddha? Yi Junqing objected. It's not like everyone is looking for me right now. Isn't it just Huan Heng? Yao Moen smiled coquettishly. It's useless to say anything. This prince won't go. If it was anything else, Yi Junqing could still discuss it, but this time, he would rather die than comply. Forget it if you don't want to go. Yin Shui, follow this consort and charge into the heavenly prison. Even if we have to pay with our lives, it's better than being pointed at and scolded for being ungrateful. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing wasn't afraid of death, she got angry and got up to leave. Just as Yin Shui was about to pull Yao Moen away, Yi Junqing couldn't hold himself back anymore. Seducing women? This prince really doesn't know how. Yi Junqing gave in, but his eyes were filled with sorrow. When Yao Moen saw that Yi Junqing had relented, a light flashed through her eyes. If you don't know how, you can learn. Moen will teach you. Thus, under Yao Moen's guidance, Yi Junqing reluctantly accepted this difficult task. At the same time, Yao Moen wrote a letter to Yin Nanxing. However, she wasn't sure if Yin Nanxing would throw the letter away the moment he saw Yao Moen's name. The time was set to be the night before Huan Heng was to be executed. Yao Moen ordered Yi Junqing and Yin Shui to split up while she and Tingyu stayed in the temple in the western suburbs to wait for news. The autumn wind rustled, carrying with it a bit of coldness. Yao Moen leaned against the door of the temple, her expression filled with unconcealable anxiety. Even though the arrangements were meticulous, she still couldn't feel at ease letting Yin Shui charge into the heavenly prison alone. After all, Ingli wasn't an ordinary person. Even if Ingli wasn't there, the ambush she had set up definitely wouldn't be simple. Just as Yao Moen expected, Yin Shui did encounter great obstacles in the process of saving Huan Heng and almost lost her life. However, what was gratifying was that the 18 hidden guards that Yin Nanxing had sent had appeared in time and helped Yin Shui successfully escape. Huan Heng was naturally safe and sound. In order to not make Yao Moen worry, Yin Shui didn't report the actual dangers. Yao Moen only found out about this later on from Yin Nanxing. At that moment, Yao Moen was extremely afraid. If Yin Shui's life was exchanged for Huan Heng's, she definitely wouldn't be willing. At this time, Huan Heng was being helped into the temple by Yin Shui. He was dressed in prison clothes and his hair was disheveled. This old man is begging you, save Huan I beg you. The moment Huan Heng saw Yao Moen, he immediately knelt on the ground and begged with tears in his eyes. Old General Huan, please get up. Since Jing Xin was able to save General from the heavenly prison, she will naturally protect Consort Qin's safety. General only needs to leave the imperial city according to Jing Xin's arrangements. Jing Xin guarantees that when General arrives at a safe location, you and Consort Chun will be reunited. Compared to saving Huan Heng, saving Huan Kaier was much easier. After all, Yao Moen already had her own spies and confidants in the palace. It wouldn't take much effort to save someone from the cold palace. This old man thanks Miss Jing Xin. Now that it's like this old man will only follow Mrs. lead. At this moment, Huan Heng had completely betrayed Great Chu and thrown himself under Yao Moen's wing. Meanwhile, at the shore of the Jade Lake, Yi Junqing kept choking and only managed to force out a sentence after the time it took to make a cup of tea. Miss Ying Li's heavenly beauty, Junqing. No matter how hard Yi Junqing tried, he couldn't bring himself to say the words "I've admired her for a long time." Who in Great Chu doesn't know that the person the esteemed prince admired for a long time was the late Empress, Yao Maxin? Since Prince isn't willing to say those words that deceive yourself and others, then there's no need to force it. Also, even if Prince admired Yingli, it's still impossible for Yingli and Prince to be together. At that time in Guan Osprey Palace, Yingli was just joking around. Yingli felt a bit of pity as she looked at the man who was as handsome as an immortal. Ahem. This prince doesn't have any other intentions. I just want to ask you out to admire the moon. Yi Junqing had hit the nail on the head. There were still 2 days until mid-autumn, and the full moon in the sky was as large as a plate. Chapter 292. Admiring the moon? The one thing Yingli did the most in the past years was admiring the moon. Yingli lowered her eyes as her heart raced. She had no reason to blame the parents who gave birth to her, or the master who raised her. However, she had truly been lonely these past years. Then Yi Junqing wasn't in the mood to listen to Yingli. He just knew that if he didn't let her leave, then he wouldn't let Yao Moen down. In reality, Prince invited Yingli out just to keep Yingli busy, so that Yin Shui could go to the prison and save people. Yao Moen is too conceited. Yingli admits that Yin Shui is powerful. If they fought one-on-one, Yingli might not be able to win. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. Furthermore, Yingli has already set up an inescapable net in the prison. As long as Yin Shui dares to charge in, Yingli will definitely ensure that she won't be able to return. The coldness in Ying Li's eyes made Yi Junqing believe that she was speaking the truth. Yi Junqing turned around without any hesitation, but Yingli stopped him. I'm afraid it's too late to save her now. Yi Junqing, Yingli gives you a piece of advice. Don't get involved with Yao Moen. Yingli stood in front of Yi Junqing and pulled out her sword with one hand. You can't stop this, Prince. Yi Junqing's eyes were cold as he suddenly attacked. Did Prince not ask why Yao Moen wanted to save Huan Heng? Or did Prince already know that Yao Moen wanted to rebel? Or perhaps everything Yao Moen has done has been done under Prince's orders? Ying Lu made a feint and retreated several steps, then looked towards Yi Junqing coldly. This was the main reason Yingli had agreed to go to the lake. She wanted to know whether the mastermind behind all this was Yao Moen or Yi Junqing. What did you say? Moen wants to rebel? She actually wants to rebel. Yi Junqing's entire body froze in place. His heart felt like it was being entangled by silver threads. Even the slightest tug brought him a suffocating pain. Ever since Yu Funing said, betrayed by the man she loved, Yi Junqing had vaguely guessed at something. On this journey, he had seen everything that Yao Moen had done, especially Ying Li's words of rebellion. Yi Junqing finally understood the truth of the matter, and this truth was the one he was most unwilling to see, and the one he was most unable to accept. Yingli is gratified by Prince's reaction. It was clear that Yi Junqing didn't know about Yao Moen's tricks. At this moment, a man dressed in black suddenly appeared, stumbling and kneeling in front of Yingli. Protector Ying, bad news? Huan Heng has been kidnapped. We've suffered heavy injuries. There was blood at the corner of the man's mouth, as if he had suffered a serious internal injury. What did you say? How could this be? There are so many of you. Yet you can't even stop one person. Ingli flew into a rage and grabbed the man in black on the ground. Replying protector, it wasn't just one person, it was 19 people, and all of them are extremely skilled. They were just short of breaking down the prison. The man in black had a pained expression as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. When Ingli heard this, she was startled and immediately jumped up, heading straight for the prison. Yi Junqing stood dejectedly at the shore of the Jade Lake. His eyes were empty as he stared at the clear surface of the lake. Under the moonlight, the surface of the lake seemed to be sprinkled with bits of silver. It was so beautiful that it seemed illusory. Machine, is it him? How could it be him? You love him so much. You've done everything for him. He has no reason to. Why? Yi Junqing walked towards the Jade Lake step by step, his vision blurred by his tears. Suddenly, he seemed to see a figure rise from the center of the lake. It was like a fairy that had walked out of an ancient painting, so beautiful that it was heartbreaking. Machine, I'm sorry. Junqing shouldn't have let go. This time, Junqing won't let go even if I die. I won't let go even if I die. Yi Junqing quickened his steps in a daze. He wanted to hold the woman's hand tightly and never let go, but his body gradually sank to the bottom of the lake. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Junqing finally woke up from his daze. He heard a familiar voice. How could it be like this? This consort was just short of grabbing his ear and telling him to never look at Ingli's face. Why didn't he listen? And the bell. How could he not bring the bell at such an important time? Is this a pig's head? Tingyu, do you think Yi Junqing's head is filled with water? How infuriating. Yao Moen had her hands clasped in front of her chest as she muttered to herself. Her footsteps were messy and disorderly. Your Highness, don't blame yourself. The imperial physicians have already said that it was fortunate that he was saved in time. Prince only caught a bit of a cold. It's nothing serious. Tingyu carefully comforted Yao Moen. Ever since Yin Shui had saved Yi Junqing from the Jade Lake, Yao Moen had been nagging her non-stop. Tingyu knew that Master was still afraid. If something had really happened to Yi Junqing, she didn't dare to imagine what extreme actions Master would take. If he's fine, then why hasn't he woken up yet? A bunch of quacks. That's right. How could this consort have forgotten? Go get a brush and paper. This consort needs to have Yin Nanxing bring the 9 revivals pill over as soon as possible. Just as Yao Moen was about to come to a realization, Yi Junqing finally moved. There are only 3 9 revivals pills in total, and you managed to swindle them all. Now, even if you use the Hanging Thorn Heavenly Pearl and the 9 Crystal Crown to exchange, he still won't be able to give birth. Cough, cough. Yi Junqing slowly got up from the bed. He felt like he was dreaming. In his dream, he was holding Yao Moen's hand as they walked for a very long distance. It was so long that he lost track of time. If it weren't for the fact that a certain person was chattering non-stop, he probably wouldn't have woken up. You're finally willing to wake up. Didn't I remind you to bring the bell? Did I? The moment Yao Moen heard Yi Junqing's voice, she practically bounced over to sit in front of the bed. Her eyes were misty, revealing all of her fear and unease. I forgot. When he saw Yao Moen's uncontrollable tears, Yi Junqing choked inwardly and swallowed all the questions back down his throat. In this instant, he suddenly understood Yao Moen's good intentions. Not all concealment was a lie, and not all lies were so heartless. I forgot. You almost died. Do you know that? Tingyu. Yao Moen fiercely wiped away her tears and took a silver chain with a bell on it from Tingyu's hands. What are you doing? Asked Yi Junqing when he saw Yao Moen reach out towards him. What am I doing? Didn't you forget? Then Moen will think of Prince. Yao Moen ignored the resistance of the person on the bed and immediately grabbed Yi Junqing's collar, then casually fastened the silver chain around Yi Junqing's neck. What made Yi Junqing even more speechless was that this chain was actually locked. This won't do. Yao Moen, you can't raise this prince like a cat. Hurry and give the key to this prince. Yi Junqing buried all of his doubts and emotions deep in his heart. From now on, he would spare no effort to help Yao Moen swindle and scam people. He would spare no effort to help Yao Moen obtain money until her wish was fulfilled. Because Yao Moen's wish was also his wish. Yao Moen gripped the key as she got off the bed and left without looking back. This was because she couldn't hold back her tears anymore. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen had left, he immediately tugged hard at the silver chain. However, the chain was much sturdier than he had imagined. Even with his internal strength, he wasn't able to break it. "Prince, don't waste your strength. This silver chain contains black iron," reminded Tingyu kindly. "Tingyu, this prince is begging you. Prince has just woken up, so you must be very hungry. This servant will immediately prepare a meal for you." Tingyu naturally knew what Yi Junqing wanted to say, so she immediately turned and fled. That night, during dinner, after Yi Junqing's endless begging and ingratiation, Yao Moen finally agreed to give the key to Yi Junqing. However, the condition was that he had to recount everything that had happened with Ingli at Jade Lake. "Prince means that Ingli didn't take a fancy to you?" Yao Moen looked Yi Junqing up and down seriously. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't understand. Chapter 293. Ingli said it herself. She said that she was just joking with this prince at the time. Also, even if this prince fell in love with her, it's still impossible for us to be together. Yi Junqing didn't really care. Everyone had their own preferences. No one had the ability to make everyone in the world like them. Impossible? What reason is there for it to be impossible? Yao Moen propped her chin up and thought, "That's right. It's not like they're brother and sister. Why can't it be?" Tingyu also felt that Yi Junqing's charisma was unstoppable. When she heard the words brother and sister, Yao Moen was shocked. She suddenly recalled that Ing Li's eyes were very similar to Yi Hongyi's. Old consort Shuang only gave birth to 2 dragon descendants, Yi Hongyi and Yi Liu. Yao Moen looked towards Yi Junqing. "How could you not know such a simple question?" asked Yi Junqing. However, when he saw the key dangling from Yao Moen's index finger, his attitude instantly softened. According to what Junqing knows, this is the truth. Yi Junqing nodded firmly. "Moen doesn't think so. In Shui, help this consort investigate old consort Shuang." Yao Moen didn't want to let go of any clues. She had a very vague impression of old consort Shuang because she had passed away not long after giving birth to Yi Liu due to her weak body and short of breath. Cough, cough. "Shouldn't you return the key to this prince?" asked Yi Junqing anxiously when he saw that Yao Moen was about to return to the bedroom. "Oh, here you go." Yao Moen wasn't stingy at all. She immediately handed the key that was as thin as a silver needle to Yi Junqing. Just as Yi Junqing was about to sigh in relief, Yao Moen suddenly pulled out at least 30 keys that were almost exactly the same. "I forgot to tell Prince that there's a key attached to each part of the chain. Only when all of the keys are inserted into the holes at the same time will the chain open. Prince, take good care of them. It would be terrible if you lost even one," said Yao Moen calmly. When Yi Junqing heard this, 3 black lines instantly appeared on his forehead. Then he walked over to Yao Moen with vicious steps and fiercely slapped the key in his hand into Yao Moen's hand. Then he turned and left without saying a word. "Nyang Nyang, why doesn't Prince want this anymore?" Tingyu looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. "He's afraid of losing it." Yao Moen's lips curved in a meaningful smile. There were some contradictions in Yi Junqing's story, so he was clearly hiding something. As for what he was hiding, Yao Moen didn't want to pursue it. Perhaps she should trust Yi Junqing this once. Inside Central Dragon Palace, Yi Hongyi sat next to a square jade table with a grave expression. His deep eyes stared at the flickering candlelight on the table. "Your Majesty, you should believe in Ing Li's soul-manipulating technique now. It turns out that everything Huan Heng said under the soul-manipulating technique was true. That woman called Jing Xian does exist, and this time, it was this woman who saved Huan Heng and Huan Kaier. When Ing Li had kidnapped Huan Heng to Central Dragon Palace and used the soul-manipulating technique in front of Yi Hongyi, Huan Heng had naturally told Yi Hongyi about his conversation with Jing Xian. Yi Hongyi was skeptical, so Ing Li had set up a trap. If someone saved Huan Heng, it would mean that Huan Heng wasn't lying. That woman called Jing Xian really was plotting a rebellion. Other than in front of us, have you ever removed your mask in front of anyone else?" Yi Hongyi suddenly looked up. The question he asked had nothing to do with Huan Heng. Ing Li's heart tightened as she looked at Yi Hongyi in shock. After a while, she laughed bitterly. "Ing Li feels that your Majesty should be worried about your empire and not Li's identity. Under her long eyelashes, her eyes were filled with disappointment and helplessness. That's not what we meant. If you're willing, we can announce it to the world and grant you the title of princess. Yi Hongyi was lying. Even if Li and he really were twins, and they were both imperial father's sons, Yi Hongyi wouldn't dare announce Li's identity to the world. A princess had been secretly sent out of the imperial palace the day she was born and had grown up next to an important official of the previous dynasty. If this got out, it would definitely cause the world to speculate and bring Yi Hongyi unnecessary trouble. If Li wanted to show her true appearance, she wouldn't have worn this mask in front of your majesty. Also, if your majesty hadn't written a letter asking for help to master, Li wouldn't even have appeared here. Regardless of whether your majesty believes it or not, Li just wants to do something for your majesty. After all, we share the same blood. Li treasured this familial love from the bottom of her heart, especially when she saw Yi Hongyi's handsome face that was no different from her own. The blood flowing through her body warmed slightly. You're our younger sister. In this world, anyone can harm us, but you can't. We understand. Yi Hongyi nodded firmly. His seemingly sincere words moved Li. Li thanks your majesty for your trust. Now that Huan Hong has been kidnapped, it undoubtedly proves that someone is plotting against Great Chu. Has your majesty guessed who this person is? Li didn't dare to rashly mention Yao Mowen's name because she knew that unless there was concrete evidence, Yi Hongyi wouldn't believe that the woman he loved the most, the idiot in the eyes of the world, actually had heaven-defying thoughts and had already taken action. We don't have any clues at the moment. Perhaps we're too caught up in the situation. Fortunately, we have you by our side. Yi Hongyi rubbed his forehead and sighed. Don't worry, your majesty. As long as your majesty believes Li will definitely resolve your majesty's problems. In the end, they were from the same mother. Li's heart ached a bit when she saw Yi Hongyi's slightly haggard, handsome face. All right, you'll be responsible for this matter. As long as you have evidence, we will severely punish whoever it is. Yi Hongyi vowed solemnly, but a trace of coldness that Li didn't notice flashed through his eyes. Li will definitely not disappoint your majesty's expectations. Li cupped her fists as her eyes brightened. At the time, when Li was in prison and thousands of arrows pierced through her heart, she finally understood that the closer someone was to them, the deeper the hurt would be. The struggle for supremacy in the royal family had never been about familial love. Ever since Huan Heng's matter, Li didn't have a breakthrough point, so she naturally stopped for a few days. During these days, Yi Junqing shut himself in and didn't step out of Guan Osprey Palace for 3 days straight. Thus, he spent more time by Yao Mowen's side. Actually, Mowen feels that the sunlight outside Guan Osprey Palace is even brighter. Does Prince not plan to go out for a walk? The autumn wind rustled as Yao Mowen looked at Yi Junqing sitting expressionlessly in front of her on the swing in Pear Blossom Garden. This prince doesn't dare. Yi Junqing's expression was extremely heavy. Why? Yao Mowen's feet touched the ground as her figure swayed along with the swing. The hair on her chest fluttered in the wind, giving her a charming and flirtatious appearance. This prince also wanted to ask you, why did you tie bells around Fluffy's and Jewel's necks as well? Now that this prince goes out, those servants who haven't even seen my face but have already heard my voice will always bring out fish to greet this prince. Yao Mowen, do you believe that if this prince goes out for a walk now, when this prince comes back, there will be at least 10 fish on my head? Do you believe it or not? Yi Junqing really wanted to convince himself to stay calm. After all, Yao Mowen's intentions were still good, but if he could still smile after someone threw fish bones all over him, then he really was Buddha. These servants are really too much. Who said that cats only like to eat fish? In reality, Fluffy and Jewel also have a special liking for ginseng soup. Next time, I should tell Tingyu to remind them. Yao Mowen changed the topic. Yi Junqing was petrified. He felt that he couldn't go out anymore, otherwise he really wondered if ginseng would grow out of his head. Chapter 294. Right at this time, Shui suddenly appeared and stood respectfully behind Yao Mowen. Master, this subordinate has investigated. Back then, when old consort Zhuang gave birth to Yi Hongyi, She also gave birth to a female infant. The two were twins of a dragon and phoenix. Yao Mowen's feet touched the ground as she looked towards Yin Shui in shock. That's impossible, right? Yi Junqing also found this inconceivable. Because of Yin Shui's mistake, Master was in danger. In order to make up for Yin Shui's mistake, the previous clan leader of the Yin clan personally came out. This matter was personally confirmed by the previous clan leader. It's absolutely true. Yin Shui spoke with certainty. It was clear that this so-called previous clan leader was extremely important to Yin Shui. Twins of a dragon and phoenix? This consort actually managed to guess correctly. However, this consort doesn't understand. It's a joyous occasion for the imperial family to give birth to twins of a dragon and phoenix. Why did the late emperor send that female infant away and seal off the news so tightly? Yao Mowen was full of questions. Master, think about it. In the entire imperial family, besides old consort Zhuang, which other imperial consort has ever given birth to twins or twins of a dragon and phoenix? Yin Shui reminded meaningfully. At least in the past 3 generations, as a descendant of the imperial family, Yi Junqing naturally knew the genealogy like the back of his hand. But what does this prove? Yao Mowen didn't understand. Does Master have any impression of the previous dynasty's founding minister, Luo Bin? Asked Yin Shui again. Luo Bin? It seems that after the country was established, he went into seclusion and wandered the 5 lakes. As the empress at the time, Yao Mowen had a deep impression of this person. Although the enemy country was destroyed and the conspirators died, the late emperor was benevolent and all of the founding ministers were conferred the title of Marquis with the exception of this Luo Bin. According to the clan leader, Luo Bin has a twin younger sister and his younger sister also gave birth to twins, reported Yin Shui truthfully. You mean? Yao Mowen looked towards Yin Shui in realization. Her eyes lit up and her heartbeat sped up. Yin Shui was only conveying the previous clan leader's intentions. As for this secret, the previous clan leader didn't have any concrete proof. However, the previous clan leader did find out Ying Li's identity. This Ying Li was the female infant that was sent out of the imperial palace. She had always been by Luo Bin's side and called him master and disciple. Yin Shui spoke clearly. When Yao Mowen heard this, great waves surged in her heart. If this was true, then she would be like a tiger that had grown wings. Then can Bin Gong imagine that Yi Hongyi and Ying Li are twins? Furthermore, they're not the sons of the previous emperor, but rather Luo Bin's. Yao Mowen's eyes shone with excitement. This kind of news really was exciting. You can't speak carelessly without evidence, said Yi Junqing cautiously as he glanced around. It's good that there's no evidence. As the saying goes, suspicions give birth to ghosts. The less evidence there is, the more afraid some people are. Yin Shui, come here. Yao Mowen called Yin Shui over and whispered a few words into her ear. Yin Shui nodded repeatedly before turning to leave. What did you tell Yin Shui? Asked Yi Junqing curiously. Does Prince wish to know a woman's secret? Yao Mowen's mood suddenly improved greatly as she looked towards Yi Junqing with curved eyes. No. Yi Junqing could see the malicious intent in Yao Mowen's eyes. He definitely didn't want to become the object of Yao Mowen's amusement. Even if you don't want to, Mowen still has to say it. Yin Shui said that the male actors in Intoxicated Breeze had somehow learned to wear a string of bells around their necks and they're extremely popular, said Yao Mowen as she looked towards Yi Junqing innocently. Yi Junqing sat on the stone bench for a long time without saying anything. His face was completely red from holding it in. In the end, he couldn't take it anymore and got up to point at Yao Mowen's nose. Return the key to Bin Wang. Male actor? Male actor. He was the esteemed Prince Ah. Yi Junqing shouted with all his might so that even Yi Hongyi, who hadn't entered the palace, could hear it clearly. Junqing, what's wrong with you? How could you be so rude to the empress? Yi Hongyi rushed into the palace and saw Yi Junqing pointing at Yao Mowen's nose without the slightest scruple. His expression was twisted to its limit, and there was no beauty to speak of. His heart clenched as if someone was squeezing it. Every time he moved, it hurt so much that it bled. Yi Junqing took a deep breath and buried the pain in his heart in the deepest part of his heart. Then he slowly turned around and bowed respectfully. Subject D. Kowtows in salute to your majesty. Your majesty, you're finally here. He's bullying people. Yao Moen put away the ridicule in her eyes and ran into Yi Hongyi's embrace. When she looked towards Yi Junqing, her eyes flashed with a resplendent light. Your Majesty is wise. Subject D was also forced to the extreme. Even if the Empress is causing trouble, she should know when to stop. No matter how useless Subject D is, he's still a person. There's no reason for me to be raised like an animal. As Yi Junqing spoke, he reached out to shake the bell around his neck. Yi Hongyi was stunned at first, then he laughed out loud and caressed Yao Moen's hair. Wanara, what were you thinking, ah? Yi Hongyi laughed happily. It was hard for him not to laugh when he saw Yi Junqing in such a sorry state. The haze from the past few days was swept away. I wasn't thinking much, ah. 2 days ago, Fluffy and Jewel almost went missing, so Wana wanted to get some bells for them to hang on so they wouldn't go missing again. Later, Wanner saw that these bells looked nice, so I rewarded them to him. Wanner definitely doesn't treat him like an animal. Wanner also wears them. Tingyu also wears them. Yao Moen raised her wrist with an indignant expression. The string of pink bells glistened under the sunlight. Since it's the Empress's good intentions, Junqing don't mind it too much. Yi Hongyi held Yao Moen's hand and laughed heartily. Subject D dares to ask the Empress, why do you wear your bells on your hands, but Junqing has to wear this one around his neck? Yi Junqing's voice was cold and abnormally angry. Wanner is willing, you can't. Yao Moen stuck out her tongue and smiled wickedly at Yi Junqing. Forget it. It's not that big of a deal. Wanner, we've brought your favorite osmanthus cake. Junqing, do you want to come along? Yi Hongyi clearly had no intention of helping Yi Junqing. Subject D thanks your majesty, but Subject D doesn't have the appetite right now. Yi Junqing cupped his hands in salute. Yi Hongyi didn't yield and immediately left Pear Blossom Garden with Yao Moen in his arms. As he watched Yi Hongyi's figure gradually disappear, Yi Junqing's eyes darkened. It was like the surface of the sea under a raging storm, causing people to keep quiet out of fear. At some point, people in the palace had started to talk about Luo Bin resigning and entering the Tao. They talked about all sorts of things, like how he had seen through the world of mortals and escaped into Buddhism, how he was modest and open-minded, how he was of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Most of them were praises, but there were also a few different voices, and it even involved the late Empress Dowager, Zhuang Xiaorong. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi looked at the young eunuch who was covered in cuts and bruises. His dark eyes were filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Zhen will ask you one more time. Where did you hear that Luo Bin had an affair with the Empress Dowager? Speak. Yi Hongyi abruptly threw the memorial in his hand at the young eunuch's forehead. Blood instantly gushed out like a fountain. The young eunuch no longer had the strength to struggle and collapsed to the ground. Your Majesty, spare me. This servant really doesn't know anything. This servant only heard that the Empress Dowager gave birth. The young eunuch finally stopped breathing. Chapter 295. Your Majesty, this person is already dead. Qing Long placed his hand under the little eunuch's nose, then withdrew his hand and reported truthfully, throw it into the mass grave. Azure Dragon, from today onwards, we order you to thoroughly investigate the rumors. Any servant who mentions Luo Bin and the Empress Dowager are to be executed in secret. Yi Hongyi roared fiercely. Understood. Just as Azure Dragon was about to pull the young eunuch away, Ingli suddenly rushed into the imperial study. Your Majesty, you mustn't do this. If you do this, people will misunderstand. At that time, Mother, Ingli was so anxious that she almost said the word Imperial Mother. Azure Dragon, you can leave first. Yi Hongyi immediately interrupted Ingli and sent Azure Dragon away. Only after Azure Dragon left did Yi Hongyi turn to look at Ingli. A chill gradually rose in his heart. Your Majesty, Ingli feels that Your Majesty's actions will only make things worse. At that time, not only will Lady Mother's reputation be tarnished, even if Master jumped into the Yellow River, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. Ever since Huan Heng and Huan Kaier went missing, Ingli had been very interested in finding Yao Moen's weakness, but she hadn't been able to find anything. It was only in these past 2 days that she started to pay attention to the steward of Yao residence, Yao Tuesday. She was just about to investigate when something unexpected happened in the palace. Otherwise what? How dare you let those servants act so impudently? Yi Hongyi disapproved. The most important thing now is to find the person who started the rumors. As long as we eliminate the root cause, these rumors will naturally disappear. Even if she didn't investigate, Ingli knew who did it. I'll leave this matter to you, but we still have to kill them. We will not allow anyone to disrespect Imperial Mother. Yi Hongyi used anger to cover up the fear in his heart. Just now, that little eunuch had clearly said that his lady mother had given birth to a daughter. If people saw Ingli's face and found out about Ingli and Luobin's relationship, some things, even if they weren't true, couldn't be explained. Ingli will definitely make sure the rumor-mongers die a horrible death. Just thinking about the two people she cared about the most in her life being smeared made Ingli furious. Thus, the moment she left the imperial study, Ingli rushed to Guan Osprey Palace. At this time, Yao Moen and Yi Junqing were eating in the hall. This prince might know what you said to Yin Shui that day. Yi Junqing put down his chopsticks and looked towards Yao Moen seriously. Your Highness want to verify it? It can't be that you're using the identity verification as an excuse to go to drunken Qingfeng to find a male actor to amuse yourself, right? Yao Moen lifted her brows. Her words were infuriating. Right now, those rumors in the palace were spread by you. Although there's nothing bad about it, it's still a bit unfair to Luobin. After all, he's a meritorious subject of Great Chu. Yi Junqing's voice was heavy, as if he was the one in the wrong. What gratified Yao Moen was that in this entire matter, Yi Junqing had only mentioned Luobin and not Yi Hongyi or old consort Shuang. Life and death are up to fate, while riches and honor are up to the heavens. Moen doesn't know how much this matter will affect Luobin, but there is one thing Moen can guarantee, Prince. Moen will not provoke Luobin on her own accord. Yao Moen said lightly. Just as she was about to pick up some food, she heard the familiar sound of bells, followed by a gust of wind. Before Yao Moen could even turn around, the tip of Ing Li's sword was already pressed against Yi Junqing's sheath. At the same time, Yin Shui was standing guard by Yao Moen's side, the phoenix wing chain in her hand restless. Ing Li was slightly disappointed by Yao Tu's answer. No, ever since second madam died, third miss changed, became as smart as eldest miss. Yao Tu sat there dejectedly, allowing Ing Li to do whatever she wanted. Smart in what way? Ing Li's gaze was cold as she continued to ask. Third miss used the fact that master had a child outside the residence to send second miss away. She entered Plum Pavilion and was later made a consort. Third miss even took revenge for second madam. Eldest madam and master both died in second miss's hands. Yao Tu blurted out everything he knew subconsciously. When Ing Li heard the shocking facts, she felt that Yao Moen was even more terrifying. Right at this time, Ing Li suddenly heard movement outside the door. She immediately knocked Yao Tu unconscious with a palm strike. When she turned around, she saw Qing Long standing in front of her. Why are you here? Asked Ing Li in confusion. Reporting to Imperial Guard Ing, this subordinate discovered Huan Heng's whereabouts. He's at the esteemed prince residence, said Qing Long respectfully as he cupped his fists. Huan Heng? He's at the esteemed prince residence? Ing Li looked towards Qing Long suspiciously. In her opinion, being able to escape from the heavenly prison was equivalent to being able to keep his life. No matter how stupid Huan Heng was, there was no way he would stay in the imperial city. The secret envoy saw it with his own eyes. Qing Long reported this to His Majesty, and it was His Majesty who ordered this subordinate to inform Imperial Guard Ing. Explained Qing Long, he's still here? Ing Li vaguely felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. He's here. The secret envoy is secretly monitoring him, so he can't escape, replied Qing Long. Chapter 296. Got it, I'll go right now. Ing Li believed that Azure Dragon wouldn't dare lie to her because she knew that Azure Dragon was Yi Hongyi's most trusted bodyguard. Ing Li's guess was correct. Azure Dragon really wasn't lying to her because the person who was lying to her was Yi Hongyi. At noon, Yao Moen tossed 2 pieces of fresh fish in front of Fluffy and Jewel. When she looked up, she saw that Tingyu was running in from outside. You didn't find him? Yao Moen lifted her brows when she saw that there was no one behind Tingyu. Replying, Your Highness, this servant searched the entire imperial palace but didn't find a trace of Prince. Prince couldn't have left the palace, right? Tingyu wiped at her sweat as she panted heavily. He's too embarrassed to even step out of Guan Osprey Palace, much less leave the palace. Did someone come by today? Yao Moen and Yin Shui went out early in the morning to take care of business. When they returned, Yi Junqing wasn't in Guan Osprey Palace. This servant was careless and only went to the imperial kitchen once. When I returned, I didn't see Prince. Perhaps Prince went out during this time, reported Tingyu. In reality, this couldn't be considered careless. Every day, Tingyu had to go to the imperial kitchen 2 hours in advance to order the menu. It has nothing to do with you. If it wasn't something important, Yi Junqing definitely wouldn't leave the palace with the bell. In Shui, make a trip to the esteemed prince residence. Yao Moen's gaze turned cold as an indescribable panic welled up in her heart. In Shui didn't dare to tarry and immediately rushed over to the esteemed prince. When Ingli arrived at the esteemed prince residence and entered, she discovered that it was completely empty. There wasn't even a single servant to clean the place. Although she was filled with suspicion, Ingli still cautiously walked in. From the front courtyard to the back garden, Ingli searched the entire area but didn't find any trace of Huan Heng. Just as Ingli was about to leave, she suddenly heard movement in the room behind her. Ingli immediately turned around and gripped her long sword with one hand. As she got closer and closer to the door, the sounds inside became clearer and clearer. Ingli slowed down and held the hilt of her sword tightly with one hand. She placed the other hand on the door and pushed it hard. Seeing that there was a figure inside, Ingli rushed in without saying a word. However, the moment she entered the door, she suddenly smelled a pungent smell. Then, everything in front of her turned white, and a large amount of gray stone powder flew over. Ingli knew something was wrong and immediately covered her eyes with her hands. Unexpectedly, a long arrow shot out like an aurora. Ingli didn't have time to jump up and could only turn around in panic. The long arrow whizzed past Ingli's lower abdomen, and a feeling of extreme pain accompanied by flesh and blood spread throughout Ingli's body. Ingli knew that she had fallen into an ambush, but she didn't understand. Since it was the secret messenger who had discovered Huan Heng, how could they have been prepared? However, at this moment, Ingli didn't have time to think, because nearly 20 men in black suddenly rushed out of the house and slashed at her with weapons raised. Under the flashes of swords and blades, Ingli single-handedly killed more than 20 men in black until the last one was left. She was also injured in many places, and it took less than an hour for Ingli to chop off the last man's head. Just as Ingli was about to take a breather, she suddenly felt a chill behind her. In the blink of an eye, 3 sharp arrows flashed like shooting stars. Ingli gritted her teeth and jumped, barely dodging 2 of the arrows. The other arrow hit Ingli's lower abdomen. Come out. Come out quickly, the other book friends are reading. Ingli endured the intense pain and swung her sword to cut off the arrow in her abdomen. There were at least 30 large and small wounds on her body, and the pain seeped into her bones. Since there were secret messengers following her, did they not see that she was being attacked? Why didn't they show up to save her? What was going on? What had happened? Ingli's mind was a mess. The intense pain made it impossible for her to think clearly. At this moment, all she could do was run. However, when she saw more than 30 archers appear on the walls of the courtyard, Ingli's heart sank. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Even now, she still didn't know who killed her. Ingli used the last of her strength to swing her sword as the rain of arrows whistled towards her. She wanted to buy time for herself, even if it was just for a second. She hoped that someone would save her, and she believed that her brother, who shared the same mother as her, would definitely come to save her. The broken arrows fell on the ground like fine raindrops, and Ingli's sword gradually slowed down. More than 10 sharp arrows pierced through her body, and it hurt. It really hurt. It was like an icicle falling from the roof on a winter's day and stabbing into her body. It was so painful, but she could do nothing about it. Master, where are you? Seeing that the rain of arrows was increasing, Ingli could no longer block them and slowly closed her eyes. Right at this moment, an azure dress suddenly appeared and picked up Ingli with one hand before leaping up. The archers on the courtyard wall were also instantly killed. Only when the last person was killed did Yin Shui put away the phoenix wing necklace. She hadn't discussed this with Yi Junqing beforehand because when she arrived, she had seen Yi Junqing risking his own safety to save Ingli. No matter what the reason was, this scene couldn't be seen by others, so Yin Shui killed all the black-clothed people in the esteemed prince residence. In Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was feeling uneasy when she suddenly heard a familiar bell ring. What surprised Yao Moen was that the bell wasn't ringing from the same person. Just as Yao Moen expected, when she saw Yi Junqing appear in front of her with Ingli in his arms, she was extremely shocked. "You're injured?" Yao Moen couldn't care less about Ingli in Yi Junqing's arms and ran to his side. "It's not me, it's her." Yi Junqing didn't have time to explain and immediately carried Ingli into the inner room. Although Yao Moen wasn't clear about the situation, she could tell that Ingli had just experienced a battle of life and death. In the inner room, Yi Junqing placed Ingli on the bed and turned to look towards Yao Moen. "Azure Dragon is one of your people. Yao Moen, you demon. You actually bribed His Majesty's most trusted person." Ingli's mouth was continuously bleeding, and the several dozen wounds on her body were so painful that her face was deathly pale. "It was Azure Dragon who lured you into this trap?" When Yao Moen saw the several dozen arrows on Ingli's body, she knew that even the 9 revivals pill wouldn't be able to save her life. "Yao Moen, how malicious of you. Ingli won't let you off even as a ghost?" Pfft. Ingli's life was slipping away and the blood in her body was gradually drying up. "The person you shouldn't let off even as a ghost is Yi Hongyi. How could Moen be able to sway Azure Dragon's loyalty?" Yao Moen hated Ingli, but at this moment, her eyes were brimming with tears. How heart-wrenching was it to be betrayed by the person you loved the most? Ingli received the punishment she deserved, but Yao Moen's heart softened. She suddenly felt that this kind of punishment was too heavy. Nonsense. His Majesty wouldn't kill Ingli. He wouldn't have a reason. Ingli tried to get up in agitation, but because of the strain, the wounds on her body began to bleed. The pure white bedsheets had already been dyed a bewitching red spider lily by Ingli. It complemented the flower on her face, creating a beautiful desolation and a bone-deep sorrow. "The reason is that your existence threatens his throne. You're the older brother who shared the same mother. You've always believed in rumors and slander. Even if you dug out your heart and gave it to him, it still wouldn't be able to overcome those baseless rumors." Yao Moen pursed her lips bitterly and slowly walked to Ingli's side, her eyes misty. You know Ingli's identity? How is that possible?" Ingli weakly leaned against the bed as she looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief. "There are too many impossible things in this world. Just like the older brother you trusted so much, yet he schemed and schemed to lure you into this trap. Ingli, because of Lu Xing's death, this consort hates you. But in this moment, this consort really doesn't want you to die. Only by personally experiencing it could one understand it." At this moment, Yao Moen knew that Ingli's heart was already in extreme pain. It was as if she was living a life worse than death. Chapter 297. I don't understand. Ingli doesn't understand? Big Brother once said that I'm the closest person to him in the world. I'm his younger sister. Why? Even though Ingli had been hit by over 10 arrows, she hadn't shed a single tear. But now, tears were pouring down her face. Gossip is a fearful thing. He didn't want anyone to see your face because it would cause people's imaginations to run wild. Yao Moen's hands trembled inside her sleeves. She wanted to reach out and cover all of Ingli's wounds to stop the blood from flowing, but she knew that it would be useless. Why doesn't he believe that Ingli truly loves him? Ingli only just acknowledged Big Brother. I can't bear to part with him. Ingli's pupils started to slacken. Yao Moen had asked this question countless times before. Why didn't Yi Hongyi believe that everything she did was for him? Later, Yao Moen got the answer. Because devils didn't have hearts, they couldn't feel the sincerity of others. Sorry. Yao Moen's voice was slightly hoarse as tears blurred her vision. She and Ingli were actually the same kind of people. You don't need to apologize. If I don't die, you will definitely die. Yao Moen. Now, I'm about to die. Can you tell me the reason? Her cold eyes were like a pool of stagnant water. Ingli's chest heaved up and down violently. She knew that Ingli was about to die. Yao Moen didn't say anything and looked towards Yi Junqing. Yi Junqing nodded slightly and turned to leave. When the door closed, Yao Moen slowly walked to the side of the bed. Do you know how Yao Maxin died? Yao Moen didn't want to lie to Ingli, someone who shared the same fate as her and was about to die. You know? No wonder. No wonder you would. It seems I guessed correctly, but I don't understand. Why would a woman who had been stupid for more than 10 years suddenly become so scheming? Ing Li's dry lips trembled. Her eyes filled with deep desire. Because Ben Gong is Yao Maxin. Yao Moen lowered her voice and whispered into Ing Li's ears. When she stood up, Ing Li was no longer breathing. Only her eyes were wide open like copper bells. As she looked at Ing Li, who was lying lifelessly on her couch, Yao Moen slowly reached out and took off the red spider lily mask. The face that appeared in front of her was exactly the same as Yi Hongyi's. Yin Shui. Yao Moen summoned Yin Shui. Yes, master. Do you have a way to seal this corpse in ice and preserve it? Yao Moen's voice contained faint sorrow, a sorrow that could not be erased and gnawed at one's bones. Since her rebirth, this was the first time she could not help but reveal her identity. Was it because Ing Li was dying? Or had Ing Li's experience touched the softest chord in her heart? Yao Moen didn't want to investigate further. Master, this subordinate can use an ice coffin to seal his body in ice, ensuring that he will be fine for 10 years, Yin Shui said truthfully. I won't kill Boren. Boren died because of me. Perhaps I should do something for her. Go. Yao Moen's hand brushed past Ing Li's despairing eyes. When her hand fell, Ing Li finally closed her eyes. As she watched Yin Shui carry Ing Li's corpse out of the bedroom, Yao Moen finally shed a single tear. When she left the bedroom, Yi Junqing was sitting on the chaise longue and gently stroking Fluffy. When did Prince get into this habit? Yao Moen took a deep breath and forced back all the tears in her eyes. Yi Hongyi shouldn't be like this. Ing Li truly loved him. Yi Junqing swallowed, his voice heavy. Since ancient times, emperors have always been emotionless. The word emotion doesn't just refer to love. Family and friendship are also the cheapest things in the eyes of an emperor. Moen doesn't find it strange that Yi Hongyi would react this way. Prince, do you want to drink a cup? Yao Moen walked over to the table and poured a cup of tea. For the sake of those baseless rumors, he was willing to kill his own family. Was it worth it? Yi Junqing got up dejectedly and walked over to the table to take the tea Yao Moen handed him. It was worth it. Of course it was worth it. Once Ing Li died, all the rumors would be gone. No one would dare to question his imperial bloodline anymore. No one would be able to shake his empire anymore, explained Yao Moen matter-of-factly. He wasn't worthy, muttered Yi Junqing through gritted teeth. The rest of his words were swallowed back into his stomach along with the tea. Actually, Prince doesn't want to know how Moen replied to Ing Li. Yao Moen hadn't expected that Yi Junqing would leave without hesitation. When you want to tell this prince, you'll naturally tell me. If you don't want to, this prince won't force you, said Yi Junqing indifferently. When did Prince become so obedient? Yao Moen smiled slightly and let out a long sigh of relief. This prince isn't being obedient. This is being tactful, Yi Junqing retorted. No matter what, Prince performed well. Here, these are the keys to the silver chain. There's a total of 37 of them. Yao Moen took out a bunch of keys from her sleeve and placed them in front of Yi Junqing. You're willing to give them to this prince? Yi Junqing lifted his brows and looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. Things that were so easily obtained always made him feel uneasy. Of course, Prince is about to face a powerful enemy, so it's inconvenient to bring along these bells. Also, Ing Li is already dead, so these bells are useless. Yao Moen took a sip of tea. About to face a powerful enemy? Who? Yi Junqing didn't think much of it, But when he picked up the keys, he suddenly felt troubled. Although he had the keys, which lock did these 37 keys correspond to? Luobin. Why do you think Yi lured Ingli into the esteemed prince residence? And why did he lure Prince out? Yao Mowen's brows furrowed slightly. Although she didn't know Luobin very well, based on his past achievements, she could tell that he wasn't an ordinary person. Your Majesty wants to shift the blame for Ingli's death onto this prince? Yi Junqing wasn't surprised at all. Why would someone who could even kill his own twin sister talk about brotherhood with him? It's obvious. Although Yin Shui killed all of the black-clothed people in the Su Prince residence, there's no such thing as an airtight wall in this world. Luobin will find out sooner or later that Ingli was attacked in the Su Prince residence. Yao Mowen's expression was solemn. But Ingli didn't die in the esteemed prince residence, and it was this prince who saved her. Yi Junqing held the keys in his hand and tried them one by one. She was saved. Yao Mowen retorted with a bitter smile. That's right, what are you planning on doing with Ingli's corpse? Asked Yi Junqing in realization. I'm naturally going to hide it for as long as I can. Firstly, it'll make Yi Hongyi unable to eat or sleep in peace. Secondly, if Prince really ends up in Luobin's hands, this consort might be able to use it to save Prince's life. Even so, Yao Mowen truly didn't want the second scenario to happen. Do you think this prince is easy to deal with? Although Yi Junqing had never exchanged blows with Luobin before, his martial arts had been taught by a famous teacher, and he had trained bitterly. He wasn't some embroidered pillow. Yao Mowen smiled faintly. She naturally knew of Yi Junqing's abilities, but she couldn't let her guard down, so she had to be careful. That night, Central Dragon Palace. Yi Hongyi sat alone on the dragon couch with one hand on his forehead as he stared at the azure dragon on the ground. To be more precise, Han Jini views Yin Nanqing as a mortal enemy, but Yin Nanqing only thinks that Han Jini is someone he doesn't want to see even if he dies. Yi Junqing's explanation was extremely complicated. Why? Yao Mowen wasn't a gossipy person, but she really couldn't think of how this Han Jini had offended Yin Nanqing for him to be listed as a taboo. Back then, Yin Nanqing's grandfather was revered as the most handsome man in the world, so he was naturally surrounded by countless women. Among them, there was a woman with commendable courage who confessed in public. Although this woman's courage was commendable, her appearance was a bit unnatural, so the result was obvious. In reality, with this woman's courage, it wasn't a big deal that she was publicly rejected. The problem was that in just 3 days, Yin Nanqing's grandfather had chosen a woman who was even uglier than her as his wife. Furthermore, he was extremely protective of that woman, and that woman just so happened to be this woman's concubine-born younger sister. Because of this, there were people who couldn't accept it. From then on, this woman treated the Yin family as her enemy. Unfortunately, the grandson this woman was most proud of was Han Jini. Yi Junqing only knew this much. He didn't know the other details. I didn't think that the supreme lord of the world's bandits would have this kind of relationship with Yin Nanqing. But aside from Yin Nanqing, Mowen really can't find a more suitable person to deal with this. What should I do? Yao Mowen sighed, her eyes filled with disappointment. How about this? This prince will make a trip to Phoenix Feather Manor to discuss this with Yin Nanqing and see if he has any ideas, suggested Yi Junqing. No, you can't go anywhere right now. Yao Mowen immediately refused. It won't take more than 3 to 5 days, and this prince's luck isn't that bad. Even if we take 10,000 steps back, even if we encounter Luobin, this prince might still be able to defeat him. Yi Junqing knew that Yao Mowen was worried about his safety, but he knew just how important Meng Yuan was to Yao Mowen. That's fine. Then Mowen, having Shui come along. This was Yao Mowen's bottom line. All right, there's no time to lose. This prince will leave right now. Yi Junqing immediately got up and left Chu Palace with Yin Shui. Yao Mowen blinked slightly as she looked in the direction Yi Junqing disappeared in. A trace of worry appeared in her eyes. In these 10 days, Ingli seemed to have vanished without a trace. Yi Hongyi's apprehensive heart gradually calmed down. Given Ingli's personality, if she was still alive, she would have come to him a long time ago to question him. There was no way she wouldn't have disappeared for so long. Thus, When Qinglong's report turned out to be fruitless, Yi Hongyi actually sighed in relief. Sometimes, no news was good news. Continue searching. If she's alive, I want to see her. If she's dead, I want to see her corpse. You may leave. Yi Hongyi's tone clearly wasn't as harsh as before, but even if she was dead, he still wanted to see her corpse. Only then would he feel at ease. Once Qinglong left, Yi Hongyi slumped down on the dragon couch. His coarse fingers subconsciously caressed the side of his body, but there was nothing to rely on. Thus, Yi Hongyi thought of Yao Moen. That kind of cute and obedient child would always inadvertently tug at his heartstrings. Obtaining such a favored child was the will of the heavens, so how could he let down the heavens' good intentions? When he thought of this, Yi Hongyi immediately got up, but just as he was about to get off the dragon couch, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. Who are you? Yi Hongyi did his best to suppress the fear in his heart as he questioned fiercely. Does your majesty still remember what you promised this humble Taoist? The clear and cold voice seemed illusory and ethereal, as if it came from the ninth heaven. Yi Hongyi was stunned when he heard this, but in the next second, he forced himself to calm down and turned to look at the person beside him. Using the light from the night pearls, Yi Hongyi could clearly see a white-bearded old man standing in front of him. The sharp blade in his hand shone with an icy light. General Luo? Long time no see. Yi Hongyi sighed inwardly, then got up excitedly, reaching out to support Luo Bin. Your Majesty still hasn't answered this humble Taoist's question. Luo Bin's eyes were cold, but the sharp sword in his hand didn't move away in the slightest. Jin remembers that Jin promised General that I would protect Yingli, but Jin never expected that Yingli would go missing for several days in order to investigate the spy in the palace. Jin did everything in my power to search for her, but I didn't find any traces. It was Zhan who failed General Luo. It was Zhan who was negligent. Yi Hongyi shook his head in pain as he spoke with self-blame. Chapter 299. Disappeared? Does your majesty know where Yingli was last seen? Luo Bin's eyes were deep and his voice was deep and resounding. Esteemed Prince Residence. Yi Hongyi didn't hesitate and immediately gave the location. A strange light flashed through his eyes. Yi Junqing. How did Yingli find Yi Junqing? According to what this humble Taoist knows, Yi Junqing has been living in the inner palace for about a year now. Luo Bin looked towards Yi Hongyi suspiciously. We will leave this matter to Miss Yingli to handle. We aren't very clear on the reason either, but Miss Yingli did mention Junqing. However, Junqing is our brother, so we can't believe that he's a spy. Yi Hongyi's expression was heavy, and there was a hint of helplessness in his eyes. This humble Taoist will naturally investigate this matter for your majesty, but before that, forgive this humble Taoist for needing to find Yingli first. Luo Bin didn't doubt Yi Hongyi's words and slowly sheathed his sword. Since General is here, we will order people to prepare a palace for General to rest. Yi Hongyi's heart finally calmed down when he saw Luo Bin sheath his sword. At the same time, a trace of killing intent rose from the bottom of his heart. Luo Bin has already stepped into the Tao. His Taoist title is Spiritual Master Ziyang, so I'm no longer a general. This humble Taoist appreciates your majesty's good intentions. Farewell. Luo Bin bowed and was about to leave when he suddenly turned. May I ask, if Yingli can remove her mask in front of your majesty? Luo Bin hesitated for a moment before asking. No. Yi Hongyi immediately denied it without hesitation. Luo Bin nodded slightly before leaving Central Dragon Palace. The second Luo Bin left, Yi Hongyi instantly felt his legs go weak and he fell back onto his chair. His hands trembled as he wiped at the cold sweat on his forehead. He had been scared out of his wits. After 5 days, Yao Moen still hadn't seen Yi Junqing and Yin Shui return, so she sent a letter to Phoenix Feather Manor. Not even 3 days later, Yin Nanxing appeared in front of Yao Moen. This noble one has appeared not because of your deception skills, but because this noble one wants to personally tell you that Yao Moen, don't play this kind of trick again. In the future, this noble one won't believe a single word you say, or even a single punctuation mark. Yin Nanxing was still brooding over what happened last time. Yi Junqing isn't at Phoenix Feather Manor? What about Yin Shui? You didn't go either? Yao Moen ignored Yin Nanqing's solemn vow and looked towards Yin Nanqing anxiously. Don't you remember what I said just now? Yin Nanqing felt that Yao Moen's acting skills were quite good. If it wasn't for the fact that he had a deep understanding of her personality, he really would have thought that something had happened to Yi Junqing. It's Luobin. It must be Luobin who captured Yi Junqing and Yin Shui. What should he do now? What should we do? Yao Moen paced back and forth in a panic, regretting that she shouldn't have let Luobin leave the imperial palace. However, she also understood that since even Yin Shui had gone missing, it was clear that Luobin's martial arts were unfathomable. Even if Yi Junqing stayed in the imperial palace, he still might not be able to escape this calamity. Yao Mo won. Don't overdo it. At the side, Yin Nanqing didn't think much of it. Even if Yao Moen said it was smallpox, he wouldn't believe her. What do I have to do to make you believe that Moen is telling the truth? Yi Junqing and Yin Shui were supposed to go to Phoenix Feather Manor to see you, but it's been 8 days and there's still no news of them. When Yin Nanqing saw that Yao Moen's expression was unprecedentedly solemn, he wavered. Unless you use a knife to cut your own wrist. Perhaps it was because the wounds from the past were too deep, but even though Yao Moen spoke so confidently, Yin Nanqing still didn't dare to believe her. The other readers were currently reading. Yao Moen didn't say anything else. She casually picked up a dagger from the fruit platter on the table and cut her own wrist. When Yin Nanqing saw that Yao Moen's wrist had turned dark red, he immediately moved to snatch the dagger away. Something really happened to them? Who did it? Yin Nanqing finally believed her. Based on his understanding of Yao Moen, although she loved money, she definitely wouldn't do something like harm her own body for money. Luobin. Yao Moen couldn't think of a second person other than Luobin. At the side, Tingyu was using a white gauze to bandage her master's wound. Who's Luobin? Yin Nanqing rarely paid attention to the matters of the imperial court, so he was naturally unfamiliar with the name Luobin. Moen will explain this to you later. Do you know where there's an ice coffin nearby? Yao Moen suddenly recalled how she had Yin Shui preserve Ying Li's corpse. If Yin Shui was smart enough, she would definitely lead Luobin there. Although doing this might provoke Luobin into starting a massacre, this was the only method that would allow her to find them as quickly as possible. Ice coffin. Nanqing only knows that there's a cave in the forest 700 li away from the imperial city. There's a natural ice stone inside. Is that the ice coffin you're talking about? Yin Nanqing tried hard to remember as he replied from memory. Does Yin Shui know where that is? Yao Moen's voice became more and more urgent. She couldn't imagine that in 8 days, would Yi Junqing and Yin Shui. Yao Moen didn't dare to think about it. Of course, that's where she found it. Yin Nanqing nodded. Take me there. Yao Moen seemed to see hope and immediately spoke up. Although Yin Nanqing didn't know what was going on, he didn't dare tarry. He immediately leaped out of Guan Osprey Palace with Yao Moen in his arms and headed straight for the forest 700 li away. Inside the cold and damp cave, Yi Junqing and Yin Shui leaned powerlessly against the protruding wall. They were incredibly weak. Prince, are you all right? Asked Yin Shui with difficulty when she sensed that Yi Junqing's breathing was gradually weakening. I'm fine. If I really die here, then this prince will have let you down. Yi Junqing smiled bitterly as blood seeped out of his chapped lips. In the past 4 days, they hadn't eaten or drunk a drop of water. Now they didn't even have the strength to stand up. If Prince dies like this, then the one who will be letting down won't be Yin Shui. Yin Shui smiled bitterly as her vision began to blur. You're talking about Yao Moen. That's right. If this prince dies like this, then she probably won't be able to find someone as easy to bully as this prince. The moment Yi Junqing thought of Yao Moen, his heart suddenly ached and he was reluctant to part with her. He couldn't understand his current state of mind. If he died, then he would be able to be with Ma Xin, but he couldn't bear to die. He really didn't want to. Master has a sharp tongue but a soft heart. If Yin Shui's guess isn't wrong, Master is probably going crazy from anxiety right now. Yin Shui wasn't afraid of death, but she didn't want to disappoint Yao Moen. Yao Moen had handed Yi Junqing over to her before she left, so no matter what price she had to pay, she couldn't let anything happen to Yi Junqing. At the very least, she couldn't let him die in front of her. When she thought of this, Yin Shui used all of her strength to place her hand on Yi Juanqing's back and slowly circulated her qi. Yin Shui, you've gone crazy. Stop. When he felt a cooling sensation enter his heart, Yi Juanqing instantly regained some strength and pushed Yin Shui's hand away. At this time, Yin Shui's face was even paler and she was lying weakly on the ground. Prince, don't worry, Yin Shui can still hold on. Yin Shui felt as if her throat was spewing fire and her throat was burning painfully. For Yao Mowen's sake, we both have to live. Yi Juanqing helped Yin Shui up with difficulty as his eyes shone with determination. He didn't try to figure out the unclear feelings in his heart. All he knew was that Yao Mowen had done so much for him. If he left just like this, then he wouldn't be able to face anyone. Ingli lay on top of the icy boulder that was emitting cold air. It was so quiet that it was heartbreaking. Liaoer, Master has waited for a long time, so why are you still lazing around in bed? If you still don't get up, Master will punish you to go outside and count the stars. Liaoer, wake up, all right? Father has let you down. Let you down. Luobin didn't know how many times he had cried, how many times his heart and lungs had been torn apart, but no matter how many times it was just as painful as the first time. Chapter 300. Liaoer, Father knows you're tired. All right, Father won't disturb you. But you have to promise Father that when Father returns, you have to get up, all right? Luobin's coarse fingers caressed Ing Li's cold cheeks. His tears flowed freely. A white-haired person sending off a black-haired person. No matter what kind of scene it would make one feel incomparably sad. At this moment, Luobin dragged the sharp blade in his hand as he walked weakly in front of Yi Juanqing and Yin Shui. I'll ask you one more time, who killed Liaoer? This is your last chance. If you still don't tell the truth, don't blame this Taoist for being ruthless. Luobin wiped away the tears in his eyes and looked towards Yi Juanqing and Yin Shui fiercely. Taoist priest, there's no need to lie to yourself. If we were the ones who killed Ingli, we would have destroyed the corpse a long time ago. Would we be stupid enough to seal her corpse in ice? Yin Shui felt a bit helpless. She had already told Luobin the entire truth, but he still didn't believe her. What could she do? Just as Juanqing said, Ing Li's death has nothing to do with us. That's right, she was ambushed in the esteemed prince's residence. But could it be that this prince was the one who did it with just this? General Wang used to devise strategies and was both brave and intelligent. Could it be that he could not even understand such a simple logic? Or is it that General simply can't believe that His Majesty would kill his own younger sister? When Yi Juanqing heard Luobin call Ing Li his daughter, he finally believed that Yi Hongyi and Ing Li really weren't imperial father's children. What did you say? What younger sister? Luobin's eyes turned cold as he glared angrily at Yi Juanqing. At the side, Yin Shui was speechless. My prince, why did I work so hard to hide this matter and deliberately ignore the relationship between Ing Li and Yi Hongyi? From the looks of it now, they had no way out. General should know better than Juanqing what Ing Li and Yi Hongyi look exactly the same. Ever since General entered the cave, you've been calling Ing Li your daughter. Then Mei Juanqing asked General, what is Yi Hongyi's identity? Yi Juanqing looked straight at Luobin. His gaze was like a sharp sword that pierced Luobin's heart. He had hidden this secret for 28 years. Seeing that Luobin didn't speak, Yi Juanqing continued. If this matter were to be known by others, Yi Hongyi's position as emperor would be in jeopardy. So in terms of motive, Yi Hongyi is many times more powerful than Juanqing. At the side, Yin Shui collapsed in laughter. It seemed that Yi Juanqing really didn't understand what it meant to have deep affection for a child. Even if Yi Hongyi had made a million mistakes, even if he had killed Ing Li, that was still his son. Did you really expect Luobin to place righteousness before family? If the emperor knew that Ing Li was his sister, then he wouldn't do anything to her. How could he do it? Luobin's body swayed. His eyes filled with bone-piercing sorrow. General, surely you don't think that Ing Li's face will be the reason for Yi Hongyi to be merciful? If that was really the case, then the tragedy of 5 dragons vying for the throne wouldn't have happened, and Juanqing wouldn't be the only son left of imperial father. Yi Juanqing sneered as a cold light flashed through his eyes. At almost the same time, the tip of Luo Bin's sword was pressed against Yi Juanqing's throat, his eyes flashing with unconcealable killing intent. General, are you trying to silence me? Come. In any case, General has the pardon golden scroll that Imperial Father bestowed upon you. Even if you kill Imperial Father's son and steal Imperial Father's empire, no one would dare to do anything to General. Yi Juanqing glared at Luo Bin angrily, his eyes filled with disdain. Late Emperor. This old subject didn't do it on purpose. It wasn't. Yi Juanqing's words stirred up the guilt and remorse buried deep in Luo Bin's heart. At this moment, Luo Bin knelt on the ground with a thud, tears and snot flowing down his face. His hoarse voice was filled with remorse. Yi Juanqing sighed inwardly, then turned to look towards Yin Shui. Yin Shui didn't look very optimistic. Although Luo Bin felt guilty, that didn't mean he could place righteousness before family. Just as Yin Shui expected, after Luo Bin's hysterical remorse, that cold and sharp blade returned to Yi Juanqing's throat. It was you guys who caused Liao Er's death. It was you guys. Luo Bin tossed all his doubts to the back of his mind and roared furiously at Yi Juanqing. He couldn't believe Yi Juanqing's words. Yi Juanqing was speechless. He knew that there was nothing he could say right now. The only thing he could do was resign himself to fate. When Yin Shui saw Luo Bin raise his sword to stab Yi Juanqing, she used all her strength to stand in front of Yi Juanqing. This was the last thing she could do for Yao Moen. However, although Yin Shui was determined to die, the heavens didn't give her the chance. Just as Luo Bin's sword was about to pierce through Yin Shui's heart, her entire body suddenly stiffened. A dignified, important minister of Great Chu, someone who was treated with courtesy and valued by the late emperor, and was even bestowed with a golden scroll of pardon. Yet now you're going to go back on your word and cruelly kill the late emperor's only son. Luo Bin, this consort looks down on you. A cold voice abruptly rang out. Yao Moen slowly walked in from the entrance of the cave, her sharp eyes burning with anger. Who are you? Luo Bin only needed to hear her voice to feel that unstoppable aura. Yao Moen didn't hide her identity. She walked over to Luo Bin and helped Yin Shui up with a pained expression. In the next second, Yin Nanxing also helped Yi Juanqing up. You're Yao Moen. You're the Empress of Great Chu. Why are you with them? And aren't you? Luo Bin looked towards Yao Moen in disbelief, his eyes filled with doubt. And aren't this consort an idiot? Why would I say such an impassioned speech? Isn't that right? Yao Moen turned around with a cold smile, her eyes as cold as ice. You're not an idiot. So you're not an idiot. Then those things in the back palace were all you're doing? Hongyi treated you so well. Luo Bin looked towards Yao Moen angrily, his eyes filled with hatred. When had the late emperor ever mistreated General? How did you repay kindness with evil? You stole the late emperor's woman and made the late emperor wear such a huge green hat. You even wanted to kill the late emperor's only son, causing the late emperor to have no descendants. You even allowed your own son to become the emperor and stole the late emperor's beautiful land. When it comes to being ungrateful, Moen isn't even 1% as good as you. What right do you have to criticize Moen now? Yao Moen walked over to Luo Bin step by step. Her words were like jewels, causing Luo Bin to feel too ashamed to show his face. This humble Taoist had no choice. Luo Bin was at a loss for words, his voice filled with sorrow. No choice? Who held a sword to General's neck and forced General to climb onto old consort Zhuang's couch? Or would General not be able to live if Yi Juanqing wasn't killed? General, tell me, which of these things could be considered as having no choice? Yao Moen questioned harshly, forcing Luo Bin to be speechless. At the side, Yi Juanqing and the other two looked at each other in dismay. This mouth of Yao Moen's, if you don't argue, you won't let people off. If you want to kill, then kill. In any case, without Liao Er, there's no hope for this humble Taoist to live anymore. Luo Bin stopped arguing with Yao Moen and just closed his eyes to wait for death. Ingli is dead, but Yi Hongyi is still alive. Yao Moen's lips curved into a smile as a strange light flashed through her eyes. What do you mean? He's His Majesty. What do you dare do to him? Luo Bin abruptly opened his eyes and looked towards Yao Moen angrily. I wonder if General dares to make a bet with Moen? Yao Moen restrained the strange light in her eyes and lifted her brows towards Luo Bin. What bet? Luo Bin asked suspiciously, a faint feeling of unease in his heart. Chapter 301. Moen, let General go back. General, tell Yihangi that Ingli is already dead, and you want to leave with Ingli's corpse. As long as General can leave Central Dragon Palace safely, Moen will voluntarily admit everything to Yihangi. How about it? Yao Moen said solemnly without any hint of ridicule. That's all? Luo Bin found Yao Moen's suggestion a bit unimaginable. That's right. Yao Moen nodded. All right. Luo Bin agreed. Seeing Luo Bin nod, Yao Moen looked towards Yin Nanxing. Although Yin Nanxing was unwilling, he still unsealed Luo Bin's acupoints. Once Luo Bin left, Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen suspiciously. This prince doesn't understand. Why did you make this bet with Luo Bin? This bet is completely meaningless. Yin Shui and Yin Nanxing also looked towards Yao Moen in confusion. Meaningless? It should be very meaningful. Moen wants Luo Bin to know the truth, to know that he gave birth to such an obedient and sensible son. She also wants to see just how black Yihangi's heart is. That's his birth father. Yao Moen's lips curved strangely. The smile on her face caused the three people to shiver uncontrollably. Isn't Master afraid that Luo Bin will talk nonsense in front of Yihangi? Yin Shui looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Based on Luo Bin's personality, he won't. Even if he says it, Yihangi has to believe it first. Yao Moen's smile grew even brighter. The three people trembled even more. Late at night, Central Dragon Palace was silent. When Luo Bin appeared in front of Yihangi again, he clearly didn't have the shock and fear he had before. Did General find Miss Ingli? Yihangi walked forward with large strides, his brows tightly furrowed. His expression was so conflicted that it seemed like he cared about Ingli found her. Luo Bin didn't hide the sorrow in his heart, and his voice was hoarse. Really? Then that's good, that's good. Where's Miss Ingli? Why didn't she come back with you? Yihangi subconsciously swallowed, his eyes inadvertently glancing at the expression in Luo Bin's eyes. His heart instantly tightened. She's dead. This humble Taoist found her corpse in a cave. One died so miserably. 10,000 arrows pierced her heart. Does your majesty know who was so cruel? Luo Bin's deep eyes slowly turned towards Yihangi. His eyes were filled with unclear emotions. He really wanted to know why Yao Moen dared to make this bet with him. What had his son, the emperor of the Great Chu, become? Ingli's death was a trap set up by her own brother. Miss Ingli is dead? Could it really be? Impossible. How could Junqing possibly rebel against us? Yihangi feigned shock as he looked towards Luo Bin. It can't be him. Before Ingli died, she had scratched out the murderer's name beside her, but the writing was too indistinct. This humble Taoist couldn't make out the character clearly, but there seemed to be one character that was long. Luo Bin immediately denied it and looked towards Yihangi with a serious expression. Long. So it wasn't Yi Junqing? Don't worry, General. We will naturally send people to investigate this matter. No matter what, we won't let Miss Ingli die in vain. The moment Yihangi heard the word long, his heartstrings tightened, but he still pretended to be calm. This humble Taoist thanks your majesty. This humble Taoist has come to bid farewell to your majesty. This humble Taoist wishes to take Er's corpse back to Jiangnan to be buried. That was one of her favorite places. Luo Bin's heart ached when he thought of Ingli's death. This was his fault. If he hadn't told Ingli to return to the Great Chu Imperial Palace, she wouldn't have died. General is leaving? How about this, General? Please wait a moment. We will order people to prepare a meal. When General arrived, we weren't able to welcome General. Now that General is leaving in such a hurry, we must prepare a farewell feast for General no matter what. Come, prepare wine. Before Luo Bin could refuse, Yihangi impatiently ordered the meal. When Luo Bin saw the urgency in Yihangi's eyes, darkness flashed through his eyes for a moment. However, He still didn't believe that Yi Hongyi would want his life just because of a few words. Also, since he knew Ing Li's identity, he should know who the person standing in front of him was. The sumptuous meal only took about 5 minutes to prepare. This time, Luo Bin didn't refuse and allowed Yi Hongyi to pull him to the table. It had been more than 20 years, but this was the first time he was eating with his own son. There was only this one chance, so he couldn't bear to give it up. General, this cup is our apology. It was us who didn't take good care of Ing Li, that's why. No matter what, we will drink first as a sign of respect. We will remember what happened to Ing Li, and will definitely give General an explanation in the future, Yi Hongyi said solemnly before raising his cup to drink. His thick eyelashes hid the coldness in Yi Hongyi's eyes. When Yi Hongyi finished the cup, Luo Bin didn't raise his cup. Why isn't General drinking? Could it be that you're blaming us because of what happened to Ing Li? Yi Hongyi silently swallowed. His eyes subconsciously glanced towards the ink painting on the wall as he silently turned around. This humble Taoist hasn't drunk the imperial wine of the palace in 28 years. Let this humble Taoist taste it, and see if the taste of this wine is still as rich as it was back then. Luo Bin hesitated for a moment before raising his hand to drink the wine. What a delicious taste! It was mixed with Luoyin sand, crane crown red, and Tianju powder. Each of these 3 poisons could kill a person, but Yi Hongyi just had to mix all 3 together. How much did he want to die? Luo Bin smiled bitterly. Yao Moen, you win. How is it? When Yi Hongyi saw Luo Bin place the empty cup on the table, his heart finally calmed down. This humble Taoist is indebted to your Majesty's great kindness. To be able to drink such fine wine in this life, even if this humble Taoist dies, he will be able to rest in peace. Luo Bin's lungs ached, but he forced himself to remain expressionless. Since General likes it, we will pour General another cup. Luo Bin's reaction exceeded Yi Hongyi's expectations. He knew that Luo Bin's martial arts were extremely high, so he hurriedly poured another cup for Luo Bin. Thank you, Your Majesty, but before drinking this cup of wine, Luo Bin has some things to say to Your Majesty. Luo Bin slowly raised the wine cup and looked towards Yi Hongyi. General, please speak. Yi Hongyi met Luo Bin's gaze with a bit of guilt. This humble Taoist entered the army in the 11th year. That year, this humble Taoist had just turned 20 and was already engaged to Zhuangyi's daughter, Zhuang Xiaorong. However, this battle lasted for 15 years. 15 years. Time flew like an arrow, and the sun and moon flew like a shuttle. When this humble Taoist saw Xiaorong again, she had already become the late emperor's concubine. The heavens make fools of people. This humble Taoist and the woman I love the most missed each other just like that. Thus, Luo Bin's lips were bleeding. The dark red blood dyed the Taoist robe in front of his chest, but he was still calm and composed. It was as if the blood hadn't come from his mouth. Shut up, General, there's no need to say any more. Yi Hongyi abruptly stood up and quickly retreated to the ink-wash painting, his cold eyes staring straight at Luo Bin. Thus, after a drunken night and a charming night, this humble Taoist committed a heavenly taboo. In order to make up for this humble Taoist's sins, this humble Taoist resigned from his position and went into seclusion to cultivate asceticism. Originally, everything had already passed, but this humble Taoist never expected that. Luo Bin's eyes were moist. The blood at the corner of his lips gradually turned black. The thick, inky black color indicated the strong poison in the wine. Shut up. We told you to shut up. Luo Bin, you tainted our Lady Mother. You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Yi Hongyi used extreme anger to cover up the fear and shock in his heart. At this moment, he was extremely afraid. The hand that was pressing down on the ink-wash painting's mechanism trembled uncontrollably. This humble Taoist deserves to die. But what did Ing Li do wrong? Why did Your Majesty want Ing Li to die? She's your younger sister. The same blood as you flows through her body. How could you? Tears fell from Luo Bin's eyes. The pain in his body wasn't even 1,000th of the pain in his heart. This was an unfair world. Just who was the one who committed this sin? Chapter 302. Why can't we? If people found out that Ingli had the exact same face as us, what would they think? The historian clearly recorded that we were the only child. Ingli's appearance would destroy everything, and your appearance would also destroy everything. We risked our lives to obtain this empire. We can't let it be destroyed in your hands. No. Yi Junqing roared as he abruptly pressed down on the mechanism. Arrows rained down on Luobin. At this moment, Luobin only wanted to tell Yi Hongyi that no matter if it was Ingli or him, it was all for the sake of protecting his empire. But what could he do? He didn't have a chance anymore. Luobin died and his corpse was thrown into the mass grave. His crime was to assassinate the Holy Master, a famous general of a generation. For the next 3 days, Yi Hongyi locked himself in Central Dragon Palace and didn't go anywhere except for the morning court session. Inside Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was currently caressing Fluffy in her arms with a slightly sympathetic expression. Reporting to Master, this subordinate has already buried Luobin's corpse and Ingli next to the ice rocks in the cave. They can rest in peace now. In Shui suddenly appeared and reported. I'm afraid they'll never be able to rest in peace. Yao Moen sighed with a trace of sadness in her eyes. You're just crying crocodile tears. If you hadn't made that bet with Luobin, he might not have died, right? If Luobin hadn't died, the fact that Yi Hongyi wasn't the late emperor's son could be announced to the world at any time. You ruined everything. Yin Nanxing crossed his legs and leaned lazily against the chair as he looked towards Yao Moen disapprovingly. Even if Yi Hongyi didn't kill Luobin, do you think that Luobin didn't want to die? Now that Ingli is dead, no matter how Ingli died, he only has Yi Hongyi left as his son. For this son, do you think that he would allow us to use anything that could threaten Yi Hongyi? I'm afraid that Honorable Lord wouldn't be able to understand this. Yao Moen analyzed calmly, then got up and walked to the table to pour herself a cup of tea. Look at what you're saying. It's as if you can understand it. Yin Nanxing clicked his tongue, then turned to look at Yi Junqing. From breakfast until now, Yi Junqing had been sitting there without saying a word. Her heart suddenly ached. How could she not feel it? Yao Moen's lips curved into a bitter smile, but she quickly recovered. Junior brother, life and death are decreed by fate, while riches and honor are determined by the heavens. Luobin has also reached his destiny, so you don't need to worry about him. Yin Nanxing's expression was cheerful as he consoled Yi Junqing out of goodwill. Luobin deserves it. This kind of ending is not enough for him. Junqing is just thinking about how to bring up Han Jini to you. When he heard the 3 words Han Jini, Yin Nanxing almost collapsed. Who are you talking about? Yin Nanxing crawled up from the ground with difficulty and looked towards Yi Junqing in shock. His handsome face was twisted beyond recognition. Han Jini, repeated Yi Junqing with perfect articulation. Ahem. Nanxing remembered that he still has some matters to attend to in the manor, so he won't be accompanying you. Farewell. The way Yin Nanxing got up as if he was running for his life made Yao Moen believe that this Han Jini really wasn't simple. Honorable Lord can leave, but if Moen sees Han Jini, I will definitely tell him the truth. The extermination of those bandits at Bright Moon Gorge was the work of Phoenix Feather Manor. Yao Moen sipped her tea leisurely as she said these words that almost made Yin Nanxing cough up blood. You have the nerve to say the truth? When did this noble one go to Bright Moon Gorge? Yin Nanxing withdrew his internal energy and looked towards Yao Moen angrily. You didn't? Moen doesn't really remember, said Yao Moen with a shrug. It's no good if you don't remember. In any case, you definitely can't drag this noble one into this matter. Junior martial brother, say something. You know I can't meet Han Jini. This was the first time Yao Moen had seen Yin Nanxing so agitated. It could even be said that he was anxious. I'm afraid it's too late. Yi Junqing subconsciously glanced at Yao Moen, then his sympathetic gaze landed on Yin Nanxing. What's wrong? What did you guys do behind my back? Yin Nanxing felt a cold wind blow past his back, and he immediately choked. A feeling of impending disaster welled up in his heart. Cough, cough. Moen wrote a letter to Bin Lei the day before yesterday. The general meaning was to have him pass on Noble Lord's greetings to Han Jini and invite him to Chu Imperial City as a guest. At that time, Noble Lord will personally apologize to Han Genie for the matter of the bandits at Bright Moon Gorge. Yao Moen knew that this kind of method of acting first and reporting later was immoral, so her words were very tactful and her attitude was very humble. Who? Who's apologizing to who? Yin Nanxing was enraged, and his beautiful peach blossom eyes gradually turned red. Senior brother is the one apologizing to Han Genie. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen was at a loss for words, he immediately stepped forward to help. I'm not your senior brother. She's the one. Yin Nanxing sat down on the table in a fit of anger, his teeth chattering. If he had known earlier that this would happen, he would have brought Yi Junqing back to Phoenix Feather Manor even if he had to use force. It was better than letting Yao Moen drag him onto the pirate ship. When Yi Junqing saw that Yin Nanxing was in a fit of anger, he didn't know what to do. Yao Moen, on the other hand, finally spoke after struggling for a bit. As long as Noble Lord can help Moen settle Han Genie, Moen is willing to give the hanging Thorn Sky Pearl and the 9 crystal crown to Noble Lord. Yao Moen had made up her mind when she said this, but Yin Nanxing didn't seem to be moved. He continued to sit there without saying a word. In addition, Moen is willing to give 50,000 taels of gold as Noble Lord's reward. Yao Moen continued to raise the price. On the other side of the table, Yin Nanxing still didn't speak. During the trip to Mongyuan, Moen obtained a treasure from King Lulan called Green Destiny Sword. Moen heard Prince say that this is something that Noble Lord has always yearned for. As long as Noble Lord can help Moen resolve this crisis, Moen is willing to give it to you as well. Yao Moen clenched her teeth. This was the most she could bear. On the other side of the table, Yin Nanxing still didn't speak. This time, Yao Moen wasn't used to it. Forget it. Moen has never liked to force people against their will. Since Noble Lord isn't willing, then please. The moment Yao Moen said this, Yin Nanxing immediately turned around and looked towards Yao Moen with raised brows. The Green Destiny Sword is in your hands? Based on his understanding of Yao Moen, Yin Nanxing had to see the real thing before he could decide whether or not to keep it. Ting Yu. Yao Moen didn't waste any time and immediately ordered Ting Yu to bring out the Green Destiny Sword. The moment Yin Nanxing saw the Green Destiny Sword, his eyes lit up and he couldn't contain his joy. He immediately walked in front of Ting Yu and reached out to snatch it. Your Highness. Ting Yu instinctively withdrew her hand and looked towards Yao Moen. Give it to him. The moment Yao Moen said this, the Green Destiny Sword landed in Yin Nanxing's hands. Are you sure you want to give the Green Destiny Sword to me? Yin Nanxing pulled out the sharp sword. The Green Destiny Sword in his hands was green and purple. The blade shone brightly, and it emitted a mysterious and ancient aura. Moen will do as she says. Compared to the Green Destiny Sword, her Yao Manifest ship was more important. So although Yao Moen's heart ached, she felt it was worth it. What a good Green Destiny Sword. This Noble Lord misses you. Yin Nanxing sheathed the sword, then pressed the Green Destiny Sword against his face. After admiring it for a while, he hung it on his waist. Since Noble Lord has accepted the Green Destiny Sword, then prepare well. Yao Moen looked towards Yin Nanxing confidently. There's still the suspending Thorn Sky Pearl and the 9 crystal crown. There's also 50,000 taels of gold. Yin Nanxing said disapprovingly. Chapter 303. The Suspending Thorn Sky Pearl, the 9 crystal crown, and 50,000 taels of gold were all multiple-choice questions with the Green Destiny Sword. Now that Honorable Lord has chosen the Green Destiny Sword, there's naturally no reason to keep the Suspending Thorn Sky Pearl. When Yin Nanxing heard this, 3 black lines immediately appeared on his forehead. It's all my fault for not holding back. After a few rounds of exchanging blows, Yin Nanxing finally gave in to Yao Moen's sophistry. Thus, Yin Nanxing finally agreed to handle the matter of Bright Moon Gorge in front of Han Genie. The only condition was that both Yao Moen and Yi Junqing had to be present at the same time, and that they had to step forward bravely when he encountered danger. At that time, when Yi Hongyi appeared in Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was a bit surprised. She had originally thought that Ingli and Luo Bin's deaths would make him sad for a longer period of time. She had clearly underestimated Yi Hongyi's beast heart. It's been a while since I last saw you. Jean's water has gotten thinner. Yi Hongyi lightly caressed Yao Mowen's face, his dark eyes flashing with endless love. Water misses His Majesty. His Majesty has also gotten thinner. Yao Mowen pretended to be obedient as she leaned against Yi Hongyi's shoulder. That's right, Jean has lost weight. Jean still has something that Jean hasn't been able to figure out. Yi Hongyi's hand moved to Yao Mowen's neck, and his pupils unconsciously darkened. What is it? Wan will help His Majesty think about it. Yao Wan blinked her innocent and pure eyes towards Yi Hongyi, but in the next second, Yi Hongyi fiercely grabbed her neck. I don't understand. Why does everyone say that you're not stupid? Why don't they believe you're a fool? Why? Am I blind? Or are they blind? Or are you not stupid at all? Say it. Yi Hongyi was like a ferocious beast as he fiercely pressed Yao Mowen under his body. His hand tightened as his scarlet eyes emitted a peerless killing intent. Ah, so painful. Yao Mowen's hands subconsciously pushed against Yi Hongyi's palms. Her expression was pained as she looked at the man on top of her, tears pouring out. That intense feeling of suffocation made it hard for Yao Mowen to breathe. Even so, Yao Mowen still endured it. She couldn't summon Shui. Now wasn't the time to shed all pretense of cordiality with Yi Hongyi. Say it. Are you stupid or not? Are you stupid? Why would they suspect you? Why did you leave me? They left one by one. What did I do wrong? Yi Hongyi roared like he'd gone mad, the strength in his hand tightening. Yao Wan's face had already turned purple, but Yi Hongyi didn't have the slightest intention of stopping. Emperor. Yao Mowen could feel her life slipping away, but she was still hesitating over whether or not to summon Shui. Right at this moment, Yi Junqing suddenly appeared at the door and shouted, Wanner, how did this happen? How could I? Wanner, are you all right? Guards, summon the imperial physician. Yi Junqing's voice startled Yi Hongyi out of his frenzy. When he saw that Yao Mowen was almost suffocating under him, Yi Hongyi felt so regretful that he wanted to chop off his own hand. Woo! His Majesty doesn't like Wanner anymore. His Majesty wants to kill Wanner. Yao Wan only cared about crying, but she actually let out a sigh of relief inside. When she saw the fear and shock in Yi Hongyi's eyes, Yao Wan was certain that Yi Hongyi wasn't acting just now. Wanner, don't cry. Wanner is the person we like the most in this world. How could we bear to kill you? I won't do it again. Yi Hongyi's heart ached as he pulled Yao Mowen into his embrace. He patted her back lightly in frustration. Meanwhile, the other readers were watching. At the side, Yi Junqing saw all of this. He felt as if someone had tugged on a nerve in his heart and was pulling it in opposite directions. The pain made it hard for him to breathe. Not long after, the imperial physicians filled the entire Guan Osprey Palace. After all of them took her pulse, they all said that Yao Mowen was too frightened and needed to rest. Thus, Yi Hongyi didn't stay in Guan Osprey Palace that night. During dinner, Yi Junqing ate a lot. It wasn't until the fifth bowl that Yao Mowen spoke. Is Prince very hungry? Yao Mowen felt that Yi Junqing had something to say. As expected, Yi Junqing hesitated for a long time with the bowl in his hand. In the end, he placed the bowl on the table and looked towards Yao Mowen with a solemn expression. Let's leave the imperial palace. Yi Junqing's words came out of nowhere, so Yao Mowen didn't really understand. What this prince means is, since you already had plans, why are you still staying in the imperial palace? You also saw it today. Yi Hongyi is starting to suspect you. He almost killed you. Yi Junqing couldn't control his emotions, and his voice became a bit agitated. That was an accident. Yi Hongyi was trapped by his own inner demons. He didn't have any intentions of killing Mowen. Although Yao Mowen didn't agree with Yi Junqing's suggestion, she still felt warm inside. She knew that Yi Junqing truly cared about her, and not because she was Yao Maxin's younger sister. Although they were the same person, the current feeling was clearly much better. Who can guarantee that it was an accident? This prince feels that Yi Hongyi was clearly testing you. In any case, this prince feels that you should leave Chu Palace. Next time, no one can guarantee that you'll be so lucky. Yi Junqing didn't agree with Yao Mowen's explanation and emphasized his own suggestion. Leave? Where does Mowen want to go? Yao Moen was very clear about her every move, so she knew that now wasn't the time to leave. The iron blood cores in Yi Hongyi's hands was a mystery. She had to solve this mystery. To Meng Yuan, replied Yi Junqing without hesitation. Prince, don't forget that Moen is the Empress of Great Chu. If she escapes, Yi Hongyi definitely won't let her go. As long as he finds out that Moen is there, he'll definitely send troops to Meng. What will Moen do then? Yao Moen asked carelessly. This prince knows that ever since you entered the palace, you've been planning to rebel. If Yi Hongyi sends troops, Junqing is willing to be the vanguard and vow to stop him outside of Meng. Yi Junqing paused for a long while before speaking. Yao Moen was slightly startled when she heard this. She then put down her chopsticks and looked towards Yi Junqing. Don't look at this prince like that. In reality, this prince isn't as stupid as you think. This prince has once led a befuddled life. But this prince won't continue to lead a befuddled life. There are some things that even if you don't say it, Junqing knows. If today's events hadn't happened, Junqing might not have said these things. But Moen, Junqing doesn't want to see you take any more risks. So Prince doesn't oppose Moen's rebellion. Yao Moen's eyes lit up. Yao Moen was a bit surprised by Yi Junqing's words, and even a bit pleasantly surprised. This prince has no reason to oppose. Yi Junqing's words were like ice. With Prince's words, Moen can be at ease. However, now really isn't the time. Prince, don't worry. Even if Moen doesn't treasure her own life, she will still think of the people who put their lives on the line for Moen. Besides, Moen has always treasured her own life very much. Yao Moen smiled sweetly. But, also, even if we're going to leave, we should at least resolve Meng Yuan's current crisis first. Let's wait until the matter with Han Jini is over before making plans. Yao Moen naturally knew that Yi Junqing was thinking for her sake, but she really couldn't leave Great Chu rashly. Right now wasn't the time to fall out with Yi Hongyi. Seeing how resolute Yao Moen was, Yi Junqing could only drop the matter. It was just as Yao Moen had said. Right now, the most important thing was to resolve the tense relationship with Han Jini. After all, Han Jini was the leader of all the bandits in the world, so it was extremely important to have a good relationship with him. Although their wishes were good, their first meeting with Han Jini made Yao Moen and Yi Junqing deeply realize that if they wanted to reach the shore of hope, they still had a long way to go. Chapter 304. Reverend Snow Restaurant could be said to be the largest and most luxurious restaurant in Chu Imperial City. It was a 3-story building with a majestic aura. The decorations were elegant yet not lacking in luxury. It was the best place for all imperial family members to hold banquets. Yao Moen was no exception. She had set up her banquet with Han Jini here and booked the entire place. At this moment, Yao Moen, Yi Junqing, and Yin Nansheng were all sitting at a round table filled with delicacies. They all seemed a bit nervous. It's already past 5. He wouldn't have come, right? Yin Nansheng's voice was a bit strained and his actions weren't as carefree and unrestrained as before. Originally, Yao Moen wasn't that nervous, but when she saw Yin Nansheng acting like this, she felt her heartstrings tighten. Let's wait a bit longer, replied Yao Moen indifferently. Forget it. I'll wait for another 5 minutes. If he doesn't come, then I'll leave. Yin Nansheng took a deep breath and made up his mind. Just as Yin Nansheng stopped speaking, a burst of clear and bright laughter drifted through the air. It was bold, and melodious. Yao Moen felt that she wouldn't dislike this person based on this laughter alone. Yin Nansheng, is this the attitude you should have when apologizing to this honorable one? This honorable one doesn't really like it. The mellow voice seemed to come from the 9th heaven. It was so ethereal that it made one feel that this person was very far away, so far that it was unreachable. However, this person was very close and within reach. As she looked at the man in front of her, Yao Moen's eyes brightened. That bronze-colored handsome face, his eyebrows were prominent, and the contours of his face were clear and angular like a statue. His thick, pitch-black eyebrows slanted to his temples. His deep eyes were like the stars in the night sky, and under his tall nose, his lips were a bit thick, but just right. Honestly speaking, The man in front of her couldn't be considered a handsome man, but he gave off a strange feeling of comfort and even calmness. It was as if as long as he was here, all danger would be far away. Yao Moen was very surprised by her own feelings. Ahem. The correct explanation is to discuss, mediate, and negotiate peace, not to apologize. Yin Nansheng was clearly talking to Han Jini, but his handsome face was facing Yao Moen. It's not an apology. If it's not an apology, then why did you call this honorable one over? Let's go. Han Jini raised his thick black brows and glanced disdainfully at Yin Nansheng. He immediately wanted to leave, but Yao Moen hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Honorable Lord, don't be anxious. Naturally, we will apologize. Regarding the matter of the Bright Moon Gorge, it was the Phoenix Feather Manor that was in the wrong first. I hope that Honorable Lord will forgive us and not lower ourselves to our level. Yao Moen didn't care about how awkward Yin Nansheng was feeling. It hadn't been easy for her to invite this god over, so she definitely couldn't just let him go like this. You're Yao Moen, right? TSK. How did he end up like this? The word ugly can't describe my evaluation of you. Look at your eyes, look at your eyebrows. You must have been squeezed when you came out, right? The moment he saw Yao Moen, Han Jini's sword-like brows furrowed and his eyes were filled with unconcealable disgust and disdain. Come out? Moen wasn't squeezed when she came out? Yao Moen tried hard to recall. He's saying that when you came out of your mother's womb, reminded Yin Nansheng out of goodwill. The moment he finished speaking, 3 black lines immediately appeared on Yao Moen's forehead. It's still Nansheng who understands my intentions well. AI, it's a pity. Originally, you were supposed to be a beauty, but now, you're in a terrible state. However, if you were to match Yin Nansheng with this appearance, it would be more than enough. When Han Jini said these words, Yao Moen seemed to have been hit by a gust of wind and was instantly thrown into disarray. I've already ruined enough people. Sit. Yin Nansheng simply turned around and looked coldly at Han Jini. He turned around and pulled Yao Moen back to her seat as he said resentfully. The instant Yao Moen returned to her seat, Han Jini suddenly retreated several steps in an exaggerated manner as he looked towards Yin Nansheng in astonishment. Yin Nansheng, why are you getting uglier and uglier? Actually, it's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's wrong for you to come out and scare people. Fortunately, this one's mental fortitude is very strong. Otherwise, I would definitely be scared to death by you. Quickly turn around. Quickly turn around. This one can't look at your ugly face. Han Jini's words completely stunned Yao Moen. This big brother. Do you have eyes or not? What's in your eye sockets? There's something wrong with your taste. Yao Moen silently cursed. Han Jini, can't you sit down and talk properly? Yin Nansheng was also angered. Was he that ugly? But just as Yin Nansheng was about to speak, something unexpected happened. Yao Moen didn't even see how Han Jini had attacked, but 2 black lines of ink had already appeared on Yin Nansheng's face. It wasn't just Yao Moen. Even Yi Junqing felt that this was inconceivable. Back then, Yin Nansheng had been able to exchange 1 or 2 blows with Han Jini, but now, Yin Nansheng wasn't even able to react. This time it's more or less enough. There's barely something to look at. Han Jini clutched his chest with one hand and seemed to have relaxed quite a bit. At the side, Yin Nansheng let out a deep breath. He was just about to wipe the ink off his face when Han Jini stopped him. Don't wipe it. If you scare this one away, then I won't be able to invite you back. Han Jini covered the back of his head with both hands and raised his head to look towards Yin Nansheng. His eyes were filled with provocation. It looks good like this too. Don't wipe it off first. Yao Moen swallowed hard and said this against her will. That's why they say a tortoise looks at a mung bean. Only the 2 of you can look at each other. This is considered good? There should be a limit to narcissism. Han Jini had a look of disdain. When he turned to look, he happened to see Yi Junqing sitting silently next to Yao Moen. Yo, isn't this Yi Junqing? Little baby, you've grown so big already? No matter how you look, the longer you grow, the more unsteady you become. It's so ugly. Han Jini suddenly raised his hand and 2 black streaks appeared on Yi Junqing's face. Yi Junqing scratched his head. It seemed that even if he pretended to be deaf and mute, he still wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Han Genie, that's enough. Just because you look like. Just as Yin Nanxing couldn't take it anymore, Yao Moen immediately covered Yin Nanxing's thin lips and repeated the name Green Destiny Sword countless times. Only then did Yin Nanxing's anger subside. How does this noble one look? Why don't you tell me? Han Genie lifted his brows in disapproval and looked towards Yin Nanxing expectantly. Noble Lord style is peerless and peerlessly handsome. Especially that black robe of yours. It accentuates your beauty even more. Yao Moen suddenly felt that the person sitting in front of her wasn't a person, but a crow. That crow's beak was its defining characteristic. This noble one enjoys the truth. Han Genie nodded slightly and finally revealed a smile. Actually, Moen invited Noble Lord here mainly to discuss the matter of Yao Manifest Ship and Bright Moon Gorge. If Noble Lord is willing to let Yao Manifest Ship live, Moen will definitely be endlessly grateful. Yao Moen's tone was extremely humble and her attitude was extremely gentle. The smile on her face was extremely flattering. In Yao Moen's opinion, the best way to deal with arrogant and conceited people was to flatter them. This noble one doesn't care about being endlessly grateful. This noble one is a thief. What I want are tangible benefits. How much tangible benefits can you give this noble one? Han Genie clearly didn't buy Yao Moen's tricks. When it came to business, his tongue was still as sharp as ever. May I ask how much silver does Noble Lord want? Since Han Genie wanted tangible benefits, Yao Moen naturally went along with his words. You ugly girl, this noble one has already said that I'm a thief. If I want silver, I'll naturally go rob. Is there a need to sit here and talk with you? Han Genie spoke boldly and confidently as if robbing was something to be proud of. Forgive Moen for being slow-witted, but I really can't guess what tangible benefits Noble Lord is referring to. Yao Moen felt that Han Genie was very difficult to deal with, extremely difficult to deal with. Chapter 305. Fun. As Han Genie spoke, her gaze landed on Yin Nanxing and Yi Junqing. Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at Junqing? Don't think that your shifting shadows technique is very powerful. Even if the two of us work together, we might not be able to. As Yin Nanxing spoke, he suddenly felt two streams of ink splash over. At the same time, two more lines appeared on Yi Junqing's face. Yi Junqing really wanted to cry. Up until now, he hadn't said anything. Han Genie. Yin Nanxing slammed the table and stood up. His eyes were wide with rage, and he was just about to charge forward and fight to the death when Yao Moen jumped up and whispered the words, Green Destiny Sword, into Yin Nanxing's ear countless times. However, this time it clearly had no effect. Just as Yin Nanxing was about to attack, Yao Moen gritted her teeth and whispered the words, 9 Crystal Crown, into Yin Nanxing's ear. For the sake of the 9 Crystal Crown, Yin Nanxing once again endured. At this moment, Yao Moen smiled apologetically towards Han Genie. What do you mean by fun? Yao Moen also had a belly full of anger, but what could she do? In this kind of situation, other than lowering her head, she couldn't find a better way out. When I came here, I found that there were just enough beggars in this city, and I'm only missing 2. If some of you can pretend to be beggars and entertain me, I can consider turning hostility into friendship with Yao Manifest Merchant. In fact, I'm just giving you a way out. You should know that I've lived until now, and I'm not afraid of fighting anyone. I like to pick a fight with others. Han Genie arrogantly spoke. In truth, he indeed had a reason to be arrogant. The power that Han Genie possessed was that of all the bandits in the world. No matter where he went, all bandits would bow and kowtow to him. As for why Han Genie had such a great influence, that was a story for another time. At this moment, Yin Nanxing understood the hidden meaning of Han Genie's words and stood up. Han Genie, you ugly freak. You actually dare to make me and Yi Junqing dress up as beggars. No way. You are the beggar. Your whole family are beggars. Junqing, let's go. Yin Nanxing was enraged like a crazed lion. He abruptly turned around and grabbed Yi Junqing. Although she felt that this was extremely heartless, Yao Moen still wanted to persuade him, but Yin Nanxing immediately rejected her. What green destiny sword? What 9 crystal crown? I don't want them all anymore. No more. Wasn't this bullying? Let's go. Yin Nanxing ignored her and immediately dragged Yi Junqing out of the private room. What should we do? They're not willing. Han Jini looked at the enraged Yin Nanxing with interest, then turned to look at Yao Moen helplessly. Rest assured, High Lord, this matter can be discussed. Yao Moen really wanted to throw the plate beside her at Han Jini's face, but she endured it. For the sake of Yao Manifest Enterprise, there was nothing she couldn't endure. But that brat Yin Nanxing said that there's no way. Han Jini expressed her doubts towards Yao Moen's solemn vow. Isn't there still a window? Please wait, Exalted Lord. Moen will definitely give Exalted Lord a satisfactory answer. Yao Moen had been smiling along the entire time. Even when she left the private room, Yao Moen's face was as black as charcoal. You're the one who's being squeezed. Your brain must have been flooded with water. Freak. When they returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Nanxing surprisingly didn't leave. Instead, he sat at the table and drank water like crazy. At this time, Tingyu came in with a pot of jasmine tea. What do we do now? Yao Moen finally spoke up. She couldn't just let things stay like this. What should we do? Fight. This sovereign, Tui, I, the Alliance Master, will go back and call for a martial arts tournament. I'll come up with an excuse of exterminating evil and upholding justice. I'll beat Han Jini into a sorry state. Yin Nanxing was exasperated. His fair and handsome face turned the color of a cooked crab. Senior brother, aren't you playing right into Han Jini's hands? In this prince's opinion, Han Jini is here to pick a fight. Yi Junqing subconsciously wiped his face. He felt like there was still something on his face. Fighting definitely won't work. Actually, Moen feels that there were some things that Yao Moen really found hard to say. Then just pretend to be a beggar again. Just treat it as reminiscing about the bitterness and sweetness. Yi Junqing knew that Yao Moen was in a difficult position, so he volunteered himself. What? I didn't hear wrong, right? You, a grand prince, actually want to pretend to be a beggar on the streets? Reminiscing about the bitterness and sweetness? Have you ever been that bitter? How come I didn't know? I don't care about you. In any case, you're willing to do anything for Yao Moen. This sovereign has no reason to humiliate myself, said Yin Nanxing hatefully. Actually, if it's for the green destiny sword, the 9 crystal crown, the hanging thorn sky pearl, and the 50,000 taels of gold, then there are some things that can be discussed. Otherwise, Moen can also give 10% of the profits from all of Mongyuan's silk shop's business to sovereign. Yao Moen put in a lot of effort to convince Yin Nanxing. Yin Nanxing was speechless. After drinking the last drop of water in his cup, he left with large strides. In his rage, even if Yin Nanxing was given a mountain of gold and silver, he still wouldn't be moved. However, after a night of contemplation, the next day, Yin Nanxing took the initiative to find Yao Moen. After a round of haggling, they finally agreed to change the profit from the silk shop to 30%. Only then did they agree to pretend to be beggars on the streets with Yi Junqing for Han Jini's amusement. On the bustling street, 2 beggars in ragged clothes with disheveled hair and dirty faces sat together in a corner. From time to time, they would lower their heads in fear of bumping into familiar faces. At this time, there were already 5 strings of coins in a porcelain bowl with a broken fork in front of them. In a private room on the 3rd floor of Jingxue Temple, Yao Moen politely opened the window and invited Han Jini over. She pointed at Yi Junqing and Yin Nanxing, who were sitting in the corner. The smile on her face concealed the pain in her heart extremely well. I wonder if the Honorable Lord is satisfied? Yao Moen thought that there would be a day when she would be strong enough to not fear Han Jini's oppression. At that time, she would naturally return a tooth for a tooth. The style is a bit lacking. Who would be able to tell that it's them? It seems that you're not professional enough. When Han Jini saw that Yi Junqing and Yin Nanxing's faces were covered by their hair, she wasn't very satisfied. Her hands subconsciously moved a few times inside her sleeves. Moen is also... Just as Yao Moen was about to explain, she suddenly saw more than 10 beggars appear out of nowhere and surround the two. What shocked Yao Moen was that Yi Junqing and Yin Nanqing allowed the beggars to do as they pleased and didn't seem to have any intention of resisting. What did you do to them? Yao Moen came to a sudden realization and looked towards Han Genie angrily. What are you so nervous about? This noble one was just helping them fix their hair. Han Genie spoke lightly, his thick lips hooking into a smile that caused people to shiver. Shui. Yao Moen didn't want to offend this deity in front of her, but that didn't mean that she didn't have a bottom line. Sure, if you go back on your word now, not only will they become beggars for nothing, this noble one won't accept your favor either. Think about whether it's worth it or not. Also, with that hidden guard of yours, he'll probably die before he can even reach the other side. Han Genie wasn't exaggerating. To be able to subdue Yin Nanqing and Yi Junqing in one move, this person's martial arts were unfathomable. Yi Junqing had told her this before. After thinking about it for a long time, Yao Moen finally waved her hand to dismiss Shui. At this time, the beggars had also dispersed. If Yao Moen continued to look, she instantly felt that she didn't have the face to see Yi Junqing and Yin Nanqing again. She saw that Yi Junqing and Yin Nanqing's hair had been tied up high, and there were straws stuck in them. The black ink that had originally been smeared on their faces had actually been wiped clean. Who in the imperial city didn't recognize Yi Junqing? Coupled with Yin Nanqing's devilishly handsome face, in less than the time it takes to make a cup of tea, the corner was filled with people, especially the girls who were about to get married. All of them rushed to the front without any regard for their lives and threw everything they had on them into the porcelain bowls. Is noble lord satisfied now? Yao Moen's face darkened as she tried her best to make her tones sound less angry. Chapter 306. Someone with looks like this can earn money? The people of Great Chu are truly kind. Even this noble one can't bear to watch any longer. Forget it. Han Genie abruptly raised his hand. In an instant, Yin Nanqing and Yi Junqing jumped up at almost the same time. By the time the two of them rushed into the private room, Han Genie had already disappeared. Damned Han Genie, don't let me see you again. Yin Nanqing's eyes were bloodshot, and his body was brimming with killing intent. At the side, Yi Junqing also had a pained expression. At this time, he really wanted to find a hole to crawl into. When they returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Moen was a woman of her word. She ordered Shui to hand over the 9 crystal crown, the hanging thorn sky pearl, and 50,000 taels of gold worth of banknotes to Yin Nanqing. She also promised that as long as Han Genie removed the blockade on Yao Manifest Company, she would definitely hand over the silk store's cut. The reason she was so happy was because she felt that if she didn't give Yin Nanqing some benefits after the humiliation he had suffered, it was very likely that this peerless beauty would die of sullenness. As for Yi Junqing, he was called to the imperial study by Yi Hongyi to be scolded. As a prince, he had actually gone to the streets to beg. This was simply throwing away the face of the imperial family. Yi Junqing didn't explain and just allowed Yi Hongyi to give him a good scolding. By the time Yi Junqing returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Nanqing's anger had mostly subsided. Everyone thought that the matter was over, and that Han Genie wouldn't make things difficult for Yao Manifest Company anymore. So when Yao Moen received the letter from Han Genie 3 days later, she couldn't help but curse out loud. What did he say? Yin Nanqing had originally planned on leaving with the treasures, but something unexpected happened. Han Genie hadn't left the imperial city. Han Genie is going too far. Yao Moen furrowed her brows as she handed the letter to Yin Nanqing. Yi Junqing also moved closer. Tomorrow at noon, bring the 9 crystal crown, the hanging thorn sky pearl, the green destiny sword, and the deed to the esteemed prince residence to Reverend Snow Shop to talk about Han Genie. This bastard, isn't he just skilled in martial arts? What's so great about that? Yao Moen, if you admit defeat this time, then that's your problem. I will not compromise. Yin Nanqing gripped the letter tightly, his eyes burning with rage. Alliance head, have you thought of a way to deal with Han Genie? Yao Moen felt a bit helpless. Choose to shed all pretense of cordiality with Han Genie? What capital does she have? No, but that doesn't mean we can't just endure it, said Yin Nanxing disapprovingly. Yi Junqing also felt that Yin Nanxing's words were reasonable, so he nodded in agreement. How about this? We'll go to the banquet eventually, but as for the things, we won't take them with us for now. What do you think? Yao Moen also didn't know what to do. Yin Nanxing and Yi Junqing looked at each other in dismay, but didn't know what to say. Thus, at noon the next day, Yao Moen and the others headed straight for Jingxue Temple. When the sedan chair reached the streets of Chang'an, it suddenly stopped. Tingyu, what happened? Even though she was sitting in the palanquin, Yao Moen's face was still covered by a white veil. Tingyu was no exception. Reporting to Mistress, something seems to have happened in front. A group of people has surrounded and blocked the road. Tingyu reported truthfully. We can't delay any further. Have the sedan chair bearers take a detour. Yao Moen knew that Han Jini had a bad temper and liked to argue, so she gave the order to take a different route. Tingyu accepted the order and immediately ordered the sedan chair bearers to take a detour on the left. However, the moment the sedan chair was lifted, Yao Moen faintly heard voices coming from the crowd. Aya, no wonder she looked so familiar. I remember now. Isn't this the current Xu Fei? I saw her outside the courtyard half a year ago. How did she die so tragically? Aya, 10,000 arrows pierced through the body. Who did she offend? A married woman with a loud voice yelled loudly as she patted her thigh in regret. Shuh. Lower your voice. Trouble comes from the mouth. If she really was Xu Fei, how could she have died here? Don't talk nonsense. At the side, the married woman who was strolling with her objected. How could it not be Xu Fei? My house is just outside the courtyard. I see her sunbathing outside the courtyard every day. I definitely wouldn't mistake her, said the married woman confidently. Yao Moen's body fiercely swayed as she looked at the ice-cold corpse on the street. Fortunately, she had Tingyu to support her. Otherwise, she wasn't sure whether she would have fallen to the ground or not. She had promised Fire Phoenix that she would protect Wang Qinruo. How could this have happened? She had clearly sent Lu Sha to send Wang Qinruo to Mengyuan. How could she have died here? And she had been hit by multiple arrows. The bloodstains on the ground had already dried up. Wang Qinruo was only wearing a thin inner garment. Her chest and abdomen had been hit by over 10 sharp arrows. Even though she had stopped breathing long ago, her eyes were still wide open. Tears blurred Yao Moen's vision and burned her cheeks. She seemed to feel a pair of eyes staring at her with hidden bitterness. So cold, so cold. Master, this servant will help you back. Feeling Yao Moen's body tremble violently, Tingyu immediately helped her back out of the crowd and back into the sedan chair. Master, how about we turn back? Right now, you? Suggested Tingyu worriedly. Go to Jingxue Temple. Inside the sedan chair, Yao Moen's voice was a bit hoarse as tears welled up in her eyes. Even though there were too many doubts, the most important thing for Yao Moen right now was to make peace with Han Jini. By the time Yao Moen and the others entered Jingxue Temple, they were just 10 minutes late. This noble one doesn't like waiting for people. People who come late will be punished. Han Jini raised his brows, his gaze landing on the inkstone at the side of the table. How does noble lord want to punish them? Yao Moen suppressed the pain in her heart and looked towards Han Jini respectfully. As long as the two of them smear the ink on their faces, the matter of being late will be forgotten. Han Jini raised his thick brows as he spoke in a very relaxed manner. Yao Moen was speechless, her gaze landing on the inkstone. Behind her, Yin Nanxing and Yi Junqing were grinding their teeth in anger. However, they had come to ask for help and they were indeed late. Adding on the fact that Yao Moen hadn't said anything, they thought that Yao Moen had tacitly agreed. Thus, Yi Junqing took a step forward and reached out to touch the inkstone. Just as Yi Junqing's hand was about to touch the inkstone, Yao Moen suddenly picked it up and threw it at Han Jini. Even though Han Jini's martial arts were extremely high and managed to block the inkstone, the ink still splashed onto Han Jini's face. At the side, Yin Nanxing and Yi Junqing were extremely shocked and immediately moved in front of Yao Moen to protect her. Han Jini, killing people is just a matter of nodding your head. Didn't you humiliate the two of them several times just because they were more handsome than you? This consort really doesn't understand what's in your head? Is it that important to be beautiful? Do you want to be a male actor or a male pet? Otherwise, why would you care so much about beauty? Truthfully, you're not beautiful, but you're handsome. This consort felt a sense of closeness and a sense of security the moment I saw you. As a man, that's enough. What else do you want? Just like them? How do you know that they won't feel inferior because of this face? Yin Nanxing has the appearance of a girl. Even if he has the characteristics of a man, how many lechers have teased him on the streets? Yi Junqing is clearly a legend on the battlefield, invincible, but this face is clearly that of a weak scholar. How do you know that they aren't secretly envious of your bronze skin and well-built body? Not everyone likes people like them. At the very least, they're not this consort's cup of tea. Yao Moen roared like a little leopard. She didn't even take a breath in the middle. She was afraid that if she stopped, she wouldn't have the chance to speak again. On the other side of the table, Han Genie stood in place in a daze. The inkstone in her hand was still dripping with ink, dyeing the silk tablecloth black. Yin Nansheng and Yi Junqing, who were standing next to Yao Moen, didn't dare to be careless for even a moment. However, they had clearly heard Yao Moen's words. For this instant, they actually felt inferior. Chapter 307. Cough. She didn't take her medicine when she came out, right? Hurry up and bring her back. This noble one feels like she'll bite someone soon. Unexpectedly, Han Genie didn't attack and turned to leave. Only when he was sure that Han Genie wouldn't return did Yi Junqing sigh in relief. Yao Moen, you're crazy. Don't you know that he could take your life with just one finger? Yi Junqing looked towards Yao Moen with lingering fear. He didn't know where Yao Moen got the courage to point at Han Genie and scold him. This was something he'd always wanted to do. You're crazy. But Nanxing likes it. Just based on what you said just now, Nanxing has decided to gift you the 9-crystal crown. Even if Yao Moen's words were derogatory, her courage was commendable. Return. Yao Moen remained calm for a long time before leaving the private room. Yi Junqing and Yin Nanxing couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't know what had gotten into Yao Moen today. It wasn't until they returned to Guan Osprey Palace that they understood what had happened. At this time, Lu Sha was standing in front of Yao Moen and reporting respectfully. Reporting to Master, this subordinate did indeed send Wang Qinrua to Meng Yuan that day and helped her bury Huofeng. But Wang Qinrua said that Huofeng's favorite place was Jing Province's blue sky. She also said that if there was a chance, she would move Huofeng's grave there, said Lu Sha. This subordinate also feels that if something had happened to Wang Qinrua and Meng Yuan, Bin Lei would definitely have sent a letter, so Wang Qinrua must have been captured outside of Meng Yuan. But there were many things that Yin Shui couldn't understand. But why would her corpse appear on the streets of Chu Imperial City? And she died so miserably? Who did this? What was the motive? Yao Moen felt like her brain had turned into a pot of mush. There were many times she couldn't understand. Ever since she'd been reborn, she'd always had a very accurate grasp of everything and rarely made any mistakes. But now, Wang Qinrua's death had caused her to lose all sense of direction. Could it be Yi Hongyi? The first person Yin Shui thought of was Yi Hongyi, who couldn't find Wang Qinrua. Impossible. In the end, Wang Qinrua is still the virtuous consort of Chu. If he was the one who captured Wang Qinrua, even if he wanted to kill her, he wouldn't do it so openly. He definitely wouldn't leave her on the streets for everyone to trample on, said Yao Moen. Then who could it be? Wang Qinrua didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, yet they used such a cruel method to kill her. Master. Yin Shui suddenly raised her eyes and looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. You're afraid that someone will force a confession out of Wang Qinrua and that she'll tell about this consort? Yin Shui's worries weren't without reason. In reality, Yao Moen had thought of this immediately, but the enemy was in the dark while she was in the light. Even so, there was nothing she could do. Master, I thought, you've already been exposed. Perhaps you should leave the Chu Palace. Yin Shui suddenly had an ominous feeling. This was a feeling she had never felt before. If that's really the case, then Moen, there's no time to lose. We should quickly pack up and leave this place. Yi Junqing seemed to sense the severity of the situation and immediately suggested this. No, this is just our guess. We don't have any proof. Yao Moen didn't plan on leaving rashly. What if it's true? Yi Junqing was getting a little anxious. If it's true, then Moen can't leave. Right now, the enemy is in the dark while I'm in the light. No matter where I go, danger will exist. If Moen escapes Meng Yuan, it's very likely that Meng Yuan will be exposed. Before we make sufficient preparations, nothing can happen to Meng Yuan. In Shui, quickly send a message to Bin Lei. Have him arrange for the people that brought this consort to Meng Yuan to the safest place as soon as possible. What happened to Wang Qinrua cannot happen a second time. Yao Moen's attitude was more resolute than ever. Chapter 308. On the second day after Wang Qinrua's corpse was tossed onto the streets, Yi Hongyi received the news and immediately ordered people to throw the corpse into the mass grave. He also refuted the rumor that this person was definitely not Consort Shu of Chu. This further proved that this matter had nothing to do with Yi Hongyi. Thus, Yao Moen couldn't figure out who did this to Wang Qinrua's death no matter how hard she racked her brains. Because of Wang Qinrua's matter, Yao Moen and the others temporarily didn't have the mood to deal with Han Jini. 3 days later, someone couldn't sit still anymore. The early morning sunlight shone through the complicated window lattice and scattered bits of gold. Yao Moen lazily opened her eyes and let out a long sigh. There was still no clue as to Wang Qinrua's death. She couldn't help but start to worry for the people in Meng Yuan. Right at this time, Tingyu pushed open the door and jogged in panic. She looked towards Yao Moen with eyes full of panic. Nyang, something happened. When Yao Moen walked out of the inner room after a simple wash, she was astonished to see Han Jini dressed in black robes swaggering around on his chaise lounge. He was stroking the motionless Fluffy who was lying next to him with one hand. Yin Nansheng and Yi Junqing were currently sitting opposite them, glaring at each other fiercely. The atmosphere in the main hall was exceptionally tense. Ahem. Which gust of wind blew our brilliant and divine Supreme Lord Han here? Moen has truly sinned for not coming to welcome you. Yao Mo forced a smile onto her face and gracefully walked to her seat, but her heart was restless. If Han Jini flipped out in the inner palace, it would definitely attract the attention of the Imperial Guards. At that time, she had no way of predicting what would happen. Good attitude. This cat's life shouldn't end yet. Han Jini waved his hand. Fluffy, who hadn't moved at all, scuttled off the chaise lounge and ran out of Guan Osprey Palace. She didn't even have time to meow. She was probably scared out of her wits. Yao Moen froze for a moment before feeling a lingering fear. She immediately got up and poured a cup of tea for Han Jini. Moen. When Yi Junqing saw that Yao Moen was about to walk towards Han Jini, he got up but was stopped by Han Jini. If this noble one wants to kill her, not even 10 Yi Junqings can stop me. If this noble one doesn't want to kill her, then not even 10 Chu Mobiais can stop me. Yao Moen's eyes brightened. So Exalted Lord knows that the incident at Bright Moon Gorge wasn't done by Yin Nansheng, but by Chu Mabe? Yao Moen felt that she had underestimated the intelligence of the man in front of her. I'm not blind. How could I not know that those people died in the hands of the soul-severing 3 dreams? Han Jini shrugged, then took the teacup from Yao Moen's hands. She only took a sip before spitting it out. What did you give this sovereign to drink? Han Jini looked at the water in the teacup in disgust. He raised his hand, and the teacup flew up into the air. Then, it landed steadily on the square table. Not a single drop of water was spilled. It could be seen that Han Jini's skill was profound and unrivaled. It's Long Jing before the rain. Does Honorable Lord not like it? Yao Moen was a bit speechless. In any case, she was the Empress of Great Chu. Would she use hogwash to greet people? The tiny Chu country doesn't have anything good to offer. In my heavenly devil palace, the dragon well before the rain is given to the guards to drink. Han Jini raised his sword-like eyebrows and said arrogantly. Yao Moen silently cursed. Luckily it wasn't for a dog. so it wasn't too bad. By the way, this sovereign's heavenly devil palace's guards are 2 Tibetan dogs. After she said this, Yao Moen's forehead was instantly covered in black lines. Before Han Jini had appeared, Yi Junqing had said that she was being high-profile. Yao Moen had even self-examined herself for this. Now that she saw Han Jini, Yao Moen suddenly sighed with emotion. Could she have been any more low-key back then? It really is their good fortune to be able to be Heavenly Devil Palace's dogs. Yao Moen nodded sincerely. All right, since you know that I wasn't the one who did Bright Moon Gorge, then why did you come here to cause trouble? Yin Nansheng was furious as he glared at Han Jini. This sovereign came here to cause trouble and fight. Didn't I say that? Han Jini looked towards Yin Nansheng innocently. The three of them fell silent. He really had said that. Moen doesn't understand. Since Honorable Lord knows that this matter was Chu Mabei's malicious instigation, why did you still allow him to make things difficult for Yao Manifest business? Yao Moen finally realized that there were far too many people in this world who were even more unreasonable than she was. Who told this sovereign to owe him a favor? Since he intentionally targeted Yao Manifest business, this sovereign returned this favor. Furthermore, you guys didn't refute him, and even made Yin Nansheng admit to this matter. Han Jini said this lightly, as if he didn't care at all about Yin Nansheng's anger. When Yao Moen heard this, she suddenly didn't dare to turn around. She really hadn't thought this through thoroughly enough. Moen is a bit confused. Since Honorable Lord is telling us the truth, then you mean? Yao Moen looked towards Han Jini suspiciously. She felt uneasy. Under normal circumstances, it was said so clearly that it was either fight or peace. She didn't dare to think that Han Jini would take the initiative to negotiate peace with her, so there could only be one result. It means that from now on, this sovereign will no longer make things difficult for Yao Manifest business. However, this sovereign will give you a word of advice. Unless it's absolutely necessary, it's best not to provoke that bastard Chu Mabei again. Otherwise, you guys will be the ones to suffer. When Han Jini finished speaking, Yao Moen was flabbergasted. She couldn't remember doing anything earth-shattering that could change Han Jini's mind. Why did Han Jini compromise? How was that possible? It wasn't just Yao Moen, even Yin Nansheng and Yi Junqing found this inconceivable. As a result, they still had reservations about Han Jini's words. Do you guys want to glare this sovereign to death? Han Jini didn't approve of their reactions. Honorable Lord, are you really planning on letting Yao Manifest business go? Yao Moen suddenly felt like a pie had fallen from the sky. What? You're still not willing? Han Jini's thick lips curved into a faint smile. In Yao Moen's eyes, this smile was simply the most beautiful thing she had ever seen in this world. I'm willing. I'm willing. Yao Moen nodded like she was pounding garlic. Behind her, Yi Junqing and Yin Nansheng both rolled their eyes at her. Yao Moen didn't mind. Talking about integrity in front of Han Jini was just courting death. And you don't look so ugly when you smile. You're actually quite pleasing to the eye. When Han Jini saw Yao Moen smiling like a spring flower, a trace of warmth gradually appeared on his face. If Honorable Lord likes it, Moen can smile even more brilliantly. At this moment, even Yao Moen herself felt like she was too much of a bootlicker. You don't seem like the type to give in so easily. Speak. What are your conditions? Yin Nansheng was well aware of Han Jini's character and immediately questioned him. There's only one condition. When Han Jini said this, Yao Moen's smile froze before she could retract it. What condition? Yao Moen's voice trembled slightly. This sovereign wants to invite the three of you to Heavenly Devil Palace as guests. The time limit is 1 month. If you can't stay for a month, Han Jini hesitated and looked towards Yao Moen and the others with an evil smile. No problem. It's just that it can't be done right now. Moen still has very important matters to attend to. As long as Moen has free time, she will definitely come to Heavenly Devil Palace to disturb us. At that time, Honorable Lord shouldn't find Moen annoying. As long as she didn't take money out of her pocket, everything could be discussed. It's a deal. Han Jini nodded firmly, his eyes sparkling like stars. Yao Mowen's words came true. At that time, Han Jini was just short of kneeling down and begging her to leave, but Yao Mowen had no intention of leaving. This was the so-called luring a wolf into the house. After Han Jini left, Yin Nanxing gave Yao Mowen a good scolding. It's fine if you go by yourself. Why did you have to bring us? There's no way this sovereign wants to go to that lousy place of his. Besides, there's definitely something fishy going on. Don't you suspect his motives? Yin Nanxing disapproved of Yao Mowen's way of doing things. Chapter 309. At least the problem of Meng Yuan has been resolved. As for the future, let's talk about it later. After getting rid of Han Jini, Yao Mowen could be considered to have gotten rid of one of her worries. What she needed to do now was to properly settle down and find Wang Qinruo's murderer. Yao Mowen believed that the murderer wouldn't throw Wang Qinruo's corpse on the streets for no reason. He was fishing. Yin Nanxing was just grumbling a bit. Although he had suffered some grievances on this trip, it could be considered a rewarding trip. Compared to the treasures in his hands, those grievances weren't much, so Yin Nanxing still left Guan Osprey Palace happily. On the second day after Yin Nanxing left Guan Osprey Palace, Yao Mowen received a secret letter from Bin Lei. Yu Funing's disappearance cast a shadow over Yao Mowen's already anxious heart. Yu Funing actually disappeared? If Yin Shui remembers correctly, her hidden guard's martial arts aren't weak. Yin Shui's expression was grave as she sensed that there was a conspiracy. It's not just her hidden guard. This consort has always ordered Bin Lei to send people to protect her in secret, but Bin Lei's letter clearly said that they only discovered Yu Funing's disappearance on the third day. It's clear that the person who kidnapped her is extremely skilled and is very secretive. This person definitely isn't simple. Yao Mowen gripped the letter worriedly as a trace of coldness flashed through her eyes. Perhaps she had encountered a strong enemy. Master, this subordinate feels that perhaps you should consider the esteemed prince's suggestion. Yin Shui hesitated for a moment before speaking up. You're afraid that Yu Funing will expose this consort? How could Yao Mowen not have thought of this? However, if she left now, even if she confessed without being pressed, there was no reason for her to raise the white flag so quickly. First it was Wang Qinruo, now it's Yu Funing. This person is clearly targeting Your Highness. If they find out Your Highness's true identity, the consequences will be unthinkable. This was the first time Yin Shui had spoken up to persuade Yao Mowen. It was also the first time Yao Mowen doubted her own abilities. Yin Shui was afraid that if that person appeared, she wouldn't be able to handle it. Let this consort think about it. Perhaps this consort has miscalculated someone. Who could it be? Yao Mowen furrowed her brows and dismissed Yin Shui before entering the bedroom alone. When Yi Junqing came in, he saw that Ting Yu was setting out the bowls and chopsticks. Where's your master? Yi Junqing walked in and asked casually when he didn't see any trace of Yao Mowen. Master is tired and is resting in the inner room. Prince, please sit first. This servant will go call master. Ting Yu respectfully said, then turned and walked into the inner room. Nyang Nyang, dinner is ready. Ting Yu lightly knocked on the door and reported in a low voice. Seeing that there was no response from the room, Ting Yu slightly raised her voice and knocked a few more times. There was still no response from the room. Ting Yu thought that Yao Mo Wan was sleeping too deeply, so she pushed the door open and entered. However, in the next second, she discovered that the door bolt had been bolted from the inside. This was a habit that Mistress never had. Prince. Ting Yu's voice changed, and her face revealed an unconcealable fear. Her hands fiercely hit the door, and her body couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Yi Junqing felt like the blood in his body had frozen and his heart had stopped beating. Without any hesitation, Yi Junqing leaped to the door and kicked it fiercely. Due to the force of the kick, the door was sent flying to the ground. Mowen. Yi Junqing rushed into the room, but Yao Mowen had already disappeared. Nyang Nyang. Where did Nyang Nyang go? Prince, where did Nyang Nyang go? Ting Yu ran towards the bed in a panic. However, there was only a blanket left on the bed that hadn't been folded properly. Yin Shui? Yin Shui. Yi Juanqing's ears buzzed and his mind was in chaos. He continued to shout, but no matter how much he called, Yin Shui didn't respond. Prince, look. Just as Yi Juanqing was completely at a loss, Ting Yu suddenly pointed at the beam on the ceiling. Yi Juanqing looked up and his body flashed. When he landed, he was carrying an unconscious Yin Shui in his arms. Yin Shui, this is bad. Something happened to Nyang. Ting Yu's face was deathly pale and her eyes misted over. Yi Juanqing immediately placed Yin Shui on the bed and unsealed 2 of her acupuncture points. However, Yin Shui didn't respond, so it was clear that her acupuncture points hadn't been sealed. Ting Yu, go find Li Juan. Don't alert anyone. You have to wake Yin Shui up. This prince will leave the imperial palace right now and hope to find some clues. Yi Juanqing forced himself to calm down. After giving these orders to Ting Yu, he left Guan Osprey Palace. The pitch-black prison was damp and cold. The air was thin, and Yao Moen seemed to hear a howl. Don't. I already said it. What else do you want me to say? The torch was dipped in lard and crackled incessantly. The flames lit up the entire prison. In the center of the prison was a dark red torture rack. Yu Funing was hanging from it, her body covered in whip wounds. At this time, an ugly woman was piercing a silver needle into Yu Funing's fingernails, causing her to wail in pain. What Consort Xian said isn't what this seat wants to know. Her voice was cold and sinister. Anyone who heard it would feel a chill run through their bodies, and their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Stop. Hurry and stop. Then what do you want to know? The ugly woman stopped her torture, and Yu Funing finally had a chance to catch her breath. Who instigated Yu Qing to betray Great Chu? Who helped you leave the Chu Palace? There were people protecting you in Mongyuan. Who sent them? The man was sitting in a corner where there was no light. It was pitch black. Yu Funing struggled to open her eyes, but she couldn't see who was talking to her. From the first day she arrived until now, she still hadn't seen the owner of that voice. It's a woman called Jing Xian. I really don't know anything else. Please let me go. I don't know anything. I was also being manipulated. If it wasn't for the fact that I was forced, who would give up being a noble consort and choose to flee? I beg you to let me go. Yu Funing's face was filled with tears as she begged Zhang Xian. Who's Jing Xian? The voice in the dark corner grew even colder. I don't know. I've never seen her. Father has never seen her either. It was she who forced Father into desperate straits. It was she who forced Funing into a dead end. This isn't my fault. Please let me go. Yu Funing sobbed bitterly as she begged. Ugly woman, go drag that person over. The man ignored Yu Funing's begging and ordered coldly. When the ugly woman next to Yu Funing heard this, she immediately put down the silver needles in her hands and walked out of the prison cell. Not long after, the ugly woman returned with Yao Moen, who had no strength in her limbs and was completely exhausted, under her armpit. Before Yao Moen could react, she was thrown at Yu Funing's feet. You're all bad people. Wan is going to tell His Majesty to kill all of you. Yao Moen had only been drugged with a bone-softening drug, but her thoughts weren't affected in the slightest. When she walked in, she immediately saw Yu Funing tied up on a rack. Yao Moen knew that the person she had been yearning for all this time had finally appeared. Do you recognize her? A voice suddenly rang out from the darkness. When Yu Funing lowered her eyes, she felt a chill in her heart. She never expected that when she saw Yao Moen again, it would be in this kind of situation. I'd recognize her even if she turned into ashes. There has never been an idiot who was as glorious as her. Yao Moen, do you still recognize me? Yu Funing's voice was cold and her eyes were filled with bone-piercing resentment. Chapter 310. Your consort Xian. Why are you here? His Majesty has been looking for you for a long time. You're injured? Who beat you up like this? Don't be afraid. Wanner will save you. Yao Moen forced herself to crawl to Yu Funing's feet. She really wanted to untie Yu Funing, but her body was like a ball of cotton, soft and limp. She couldn't muster up any strength. Ha! An idiot is an idiot. Yu Funing didn't say anything else. She endured the pain and leaned against the torture rack. Her eyelashes were covered in sweat, but it was unclear what she meant. Why is Wana like this? Wa, Your Majesty, save me. Hurry and save Wana. Yao Moan's eyes were filled with endless fear as tears fell to the ground. Yu Funing, as long as you admit that the mastermind is this woman, this seat will agree to let you live. Otherwise, your end won't be much better than Wang Qinruo's. The man's voice rang out again, this time with a hint of urgency. That's right, it's her. She's the one who threatened my father and forced him to take me away from Chu City. Yao Moan, this is all your fault. I admit it. You said you'd let me go. Yu Funing's eyes brightened as she looked expectantly towards the dark corner. The prison was completely silent, so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Even though Yao Moan didn't know how the person in the corner left, she could sense that there was no one there anymore. Wah, it's so dark here. Wana is so scared. Consort Xian, can you take Wana out? Yao Moan used the last of her strength to tug on the corner of Yu Funing's skirt as she glanced at the ugly woman. Scram. You idiot. Idiot. Yu Funing moved her foot in disgust and wanted to kick Yao Moan away, but she didn't expect her injuries to be affected. The pain in her body was overwhelming, making her feel unbearable pain. The gloomy and cold walls were covered in glittering and translucent water droplets. In the dark room with 3 walls, Yi Hongyi sat upright on a deep purple sandalwood chair in the middle. His expression was as cold as ice. His thin lips were pressed into a thin line, and his hands were clenched into fists. In front of him was a polished glass wall. On the other side of the glass wall, Yao Moan was crying her heart out. Even though he couldn't hear her voice, Yi Hongyi could feel the fear and shock in her eyes. Right at this moment, the wall flipped and a man dressed in black appeared in front of Yi Hongyi. Bastard! When did I allow you to arrest my empress? Send her back. Now. The instant he saw the black-clothed man, Yi Hongyi abruptly stood up. His sharp eyes were filled with deep hatred as he raised his hand to strike. However, before Yi Hongyi's palm wind could land, the man had already retreated like a ghost. Yi Hongyi's palm naturally hit empty air. You? Yi Hongyi hadn't expected that the man would dodge and was momentarily stunned, not knowing how to react. As a subject, I will let your majesty make one move first. If your majesty wishes to attack again, don't blame me for offending you. The man leisurely walked towards Yi Hongyi. His black eyes were deep and lifeless like 2 black holes. Yi Hongyi actually didn't dare to attack again in front of Ice Soul. Ice Soul would like to remind your majesty of one thing. The Iron Blood Army only has one master, and that is the late emperor. The Iron Blood Army only has one mission, and that is to protect Great Chu. As the vice commandant of the Iron Blood Army, Ice Soul doesn't need to report to your majesty or ask for your majesty's permission. However, your majesty must know. Commandant Darren ordered Ice Soul to investigate the matter of the Imperial Palace's spies. There has already been a result. Ice Soul's voice was still as demonic as before. His long and narrow eyes were cold and his face was as pale as a corpse. It was extremely abnormal. Of course, we know of the Iron Blood Army's mission, and we also know that the people of the Iron Blood Army are only loyal to Imperial Father. However, Imperial Father gave us this before he died. You should understand the meaning of this. Yi Hongyi slowly took out a tiger tally from his sleeve and held it in his palm. Of course, Ice Soul knows. That's why I invited your majesty here. My goal was to let your majesty personally hear Yu Funing's testimony. Now that Yu Funing is pointing directly at Yao Moan, it has been proven that Yao Moan is the spy who brought disaster to the country and the people. Your majesty, please punish her, said Ice Soul calmly. Just as Ice Soul had said, the Iron Blood Army didn't have to answer to Yi Hongyi directly. However, there were 3 exceptions. First, they had to send troops. Second, they had to punish spies. Third, they had to kill members of the royal family. Thus, even if Ice Soul found out the truth, the only person who could kill Yao Moan was Yi Hongyi. At that time, Wang Qinruo's death had been approved by Yi Hongyi. Do you think we are idiots? Yu Funing is clearly framing us. Moen is only an idiot. How could she be the mastermind behind all of this? There isn't enough evidence. We order you to release Yao Moen immediately. The Iron Blood Army was a mysterious existence. Ever since Yi Hongyi had ascended to the throne, he had never seen it. Only when Ice Soul found him did Yi Hongyi believe that Imperial Father had truly constructed such a mysterious army. What made Yi Hongyi even more amazed was that Ice Soul had only used 10 days to find Wang Qinruo and Yu Funing, whom he had spent a great deal of effort to find. May I ask your majesty, how can your majesty believe that Yao Moen is pretending to be an idiot, but is actually very shrewd? Ice Soul's meaning was that she didn't plan on releasing Yao Moen. Yi Hongyi couldn't do anything about this. Only if she admits it herself. Personally tell us what happened. Otherwise we refuse to believe that she would have the heart to destroy our empire. Roared Yi Hongyi sternly. Ice Soul needs time, said Ice Soul indifferently. We don't understand why you keep Moen locked up so tightly. We share the same bed with her. How could we not understand her? Yi Hongyi didn't want to make things too tense with Ice Soul. After all, Yao Moen was in his hands, and Great Chu couldn't go without the protection of the Iron Blood Army. Ice Soul has investigated. Everything happened after Yao Moen and Yi Junqing entered the palace, said Ice Soul. Just based on this? Yi Hongyi didn't think much of it. Just based on this is enough, said Ice Soul solemnly. Since that's the case, Yi Junqing can't escape suspicion. Why don't you investigate him? Asked Yi Hongyi. Don't worry, your majesty. Ice Soul won't favor one over another. In reality, Ice Soul investigated Yi Junqing first but didn't find any clues, replied Ice Soul truthfully. Just because you didn't find anything doesn't mean you didn't find anything. We feel that compared to Yao Moen, Yi Junqing is more suspicious. You better focus on the people you should use. As for Yao Moen, we agree to let her stay here. But there's one thing. You're not allowed to torture her. The limit is 10 days. If you can't produce new evidence after 10 days, then immediately release Yao Moen. Otherwise, even if we offend the Iron Blood Corps, we won't let you continue acting so impudently. Yi Hongyi roared fiercely before turning to face the glass wall. As he watched Yao Moen sob, Yi Hongyi couldn't bear it anymore and turned to leave. Once Yi Hongyi left, Ice Soul's cold gaze landed on Yao Moen. A trace of doubt flashed through her heart. Yao Moen, did you hide too deeply? Or did this seat see wrong? Did you do whatever you wanted behind Yi Junqing's back? Or was Yi Junqing using you to do things in secret? 6 hours had passed since Yao Moen had gone missing. Yi Junqing had searched the entire imperial city but hadn't found anything. It wasn't until 10 o'clock in the evening that Yi Junqing dragged his exhausted body back to Guan Osprey Palace. In Shui had already woken up. Did you find Master? The moment Yi Junqing entered, In Shui rushed over. In Shui, you're awake? What the hell happened? Why did Moen go missing? Who drugged you? Yi Junqing's question answered In Shui's question. In Shui doesn't know either. By the time In Shui sensed someone, her nerves had already gone numb. In Shui's brows were tightly furrowed in annoyance. If even you didn't notice, then this person's martial arts must be extremely high. Could it be Han Jini? Yi Junqing looked towards In Shui in realization. Chapter 311. No, with Han Jini's martial arts, he wouldn't need to use drugs if he wanted to deal with In Shui, said In Shui. Then who could it be? Why would he kidnap Moen? Yi Junqing couldn't calm down and think about it. He couldn't imagine what kind of pain and fear Yao Moen was experiencing right now. What do we do now? What do we do? Tingyu was so worried that she started crying, but there was nothing she could do. In Shui feels like we can't hide this. We have to let Yi Hongyi know. In comparison, In Shui was much calmer. That's right, we can't hide it even if we hide it. You guys wait here for now. This prince will go find his majesty and hope that his majesty has a way. Yi Junqing sighed and walked out of Guan Osprey Palace. Inside the imperial study, Yi Hongyi sat coldly on the dragon throne. The memorial in his hands was crumpled and deformed from his grip. Whenever he thought of Yao Mowen's terrified gaze, his heart felt like it was being cut by a small knife. The pain was unbearable. "I soul, Shun will kill you," Yi Hongyi roared as he threw the memorial in his hands. Right at this time, the young eunuch's voice came from outside. "Reporting to your majesty, the esteemed prince requests an audience." "I won't see him." Yi Hongyi was currently in a fit of anger, so he naturally wasn't in the mood to see Yi Junqing. However, in the next second, Yi Junqing actually barged in. "Your Majesty, this is bad. The Empress has disappeared." Yi Junqing couldn't be bothered with the etiquette of a ruler and official. He strode over to the dragon table and reported urgently. "Audacious! Do you still have Zhen in your eyes? How dare you barge in without Zhen's permission? This is a crime punishable by death. Do you really think Zhen doesn't dare to kill you?" Yi Hongyi was furious. I Soul dared to ignore him, and Yi Junqing also dared to ignore his words. Just what did he count for in their eyes? This subject brother knows his crime, but the Empress's disappearance is a major matter. This subject brother only barged in because of a moment of panic. "Your Majesty, please punish me." Yi Junqing's heart trembled slightly as he respectfully knelt in front of the dragon table. A trace of doubt flashed through his clear eyes. "You said the Empress has disappeared? What's going on?" Yi Hongyi took a deep breath in an attempt to suppress his anger as much as possible before looking towards Yi Junqing with feigned anxiety. This subject younger brother is guilty. Although this subject resides in Guan Osprey Palace, I wasn't able to properly protect the Empress. During the noon meal, the servant girl Tingyu, who serves the Empress, wanted to call the Empress to eat, but the door to the inner chambers was locked. This subject younger brother kicked the door open, but there was no sign of the Empress. If this subject younger brother's guess is correct, the Empress has definitely been kidnapped. Preposterous. They actually dared to kidnap people in broad daylight. This was simply unforgivable. Come. Yi Hongyi was enraged when he heard this and immediately summoned Azure Dragon. Subordinate Qing Long greets your Majesty. Immediately lead all Imperial City guards to secretly search for the Empress's whereabouts. Once you catch the criminals who kidnapped the Empress, kill them without mercy, roared Yi Hongyi fiercely. Once Qing Long left, Yi Hongyi's gaze landed on Yi Junqing. "Yi Junqing, although you're not an Imperial City Guard, as a resident of Guan Osprey Palace, you should have the responsibility of protecting the Empress. Now that the Empress has been kidnapped, we ought to punish you for failing to protect her. However, we don't know if the Empress is alive or dead, so we'll let you off for now. We'll discuss this after the Empress returns safely. You can leave for now." Yi Hongyi waved his hand in annoyance. Yi Junqing originally wanted to say something, but in the end, he restrained himself and respectfully left the imperial study. When Yi Junqing returned to Guan Osprey Palace, Tingyu reflexively looked behind him. "Where's His Majesty? His Majesty didn't come?" Tingyu looked towards Yi Junqing in surprise. "You also feel that His Majesty should come?" Yi Junqing looked towards Tingyu with a profound gaze. "Of course. Normally, Her Highness only has a headache and His Majesty would be extremely worried. Now that the Empress has gone missing, of course His Majesty will come." This servant means... Tingyu was at a loss for words. Tingyu means that His Majesty's reaction isn't normal. That's why Yin Shui feels that this matter is related to Yi Hongyi. After confirming that Yi Hongyi hadn't come to Guan Osprey Palace, Yin Shui appeared. That's right, this prince feels the same way. Although His Majesty was very angry when he heard that Moen had gone missing, he didn't seem to be worried. That anger was probably just an act for this prince to see. However, this prince doesn't understand. Why would His Majesty send people to kidnap Moen? Hasn't he always cared about Moen? Yi Junqing was puzzled. "Prince, do you still remember how His Majesty almost strangled Master to death?" Yin Shui feels that His Majesty is already suspicious of Master. This time, he's just using another method to test Master, said Yin Shui calmly. "That's possible. It seems that this prince should do some things now." Yi Junqing's clear eyes flashed with a cold light. His expression was solemn as he made up his mind. If Prince needs anything, Yin Shui will do it at any time. Yin Shui was very clear about Yi Junqing's abilities. Back then, when Yao Moen was present, Yi Junqing had hidden his abilities and cooperated with Yao Moen. Now that master was in trouble, Yi Junqing definitely wouldn't continue to be muddle-headed. For some reason, In Shui believed that Yi Junqing had the ability to save Yao Moen. Ting Yu will follow Prince's orders. As long as I can save Nyang Nyang, Ting Yu is willing to give up my life, said Ting Yu confidently. Many thanks. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then turned to leave Guan Osprey Palace. Inside the prison, Yao Moen couldn't estimate the time, but based on the number of times the ugly woman had changed the torches, it had been almost a day and night since she woke up. Yao Moen's tears dried up and her throat became hoarse from all the crying. Yao Moen just leaned against the wall and stared blankly at the ground. Even if the ugly woman wasn't here, she still didn't dare to rashly talk to Yu Funing. Before she was sure that it was safe, she couldn't expose her true nature. Otherwise, not only would she not be able to save Yu Funing, she would also be in danger. On the other side of the glass wall, Ice Soul coldly looked at Yao Moen, who was leaning against the corner. A trace of doubt flashed through her eyes. Had she miscalculated? Was Yao Moen really an idiot? Ice Soul originally thought that having Yao Moen and Yu Funing stay together would have an unexpected effect, but now it seemed that this method wasn't worth looking forward to. Just as Ice Soul was beginning to doubt her own judgment, Yi Junqing had already begun to act. In 3 days, he had sent secret letters of rebellion to the generals and court. Although his actions were secretive, they weren't flawless. Thus, on the 4th day, Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen as expected. Prince, how did you get caught and brought here? The moment Yi Junqing was pushed into the prison with his eyes covered, Yu Funing cried out excitedly, instantly startling Yao Moen, who had just fainted. Yi Junqing, hurry and save Waner. Waner's so scared. Yao Moen rubbed her eyes, then threw herself at Yi Junqing while crying. At this time, the white cloth covering Yi Junqing's eyes had already been removed by the ugly woman. Empress? Consort Xian? When Yi Junqing saw Yao Moen's haggard face covered in tears, his heart ached to the extreme. Fortunately, she was still alive. Yi Junqing gently caressed Yao Moen's face and helped her wipe the tears from the corners of her eyes. Save me. Waner misses his majesty. Yi Junqing, can you take Waner to see his majesty? Yao Moen threw herself into Yi Junqing's arms with tears streaming down her face. Why did you come in here? Don't tell me it was an accident. Yao Moen was extremely intelligent. Ever since she entered the prison, she hadn't suffered in the slightest, but Yu Funing had experienced all the torture in here. It was clear that someone had intentionally instructed her to do this. As for the person behind the scenes, it didn't take much thought to guess who it was. This is the only way for you to leave. Yi Junqing lightly patted Yao Moen's back. His voice was so low that only the two of them could hear it, but his expression was calm. Chapter 312. You idiot! Shouted Yao Moen, then threw her arms around Yi Junqing's neck as she cried even louder. Cry, cry, cry. All you know how to do is cry. What else have you been doing these past few days besides crying? Yao Moen, you trash. You idiot. Yu Funing cursed angrily as tears welled up in her eyes. She had thought that as long as Yao Moen was here, Yi Junqing would be safe. However, the Yao Moen she had overestimated was different from Yao Moen. Now that Yi Junqing had entered this place, he most likely wouldn't be able to survive. When Yu Funing thought of this, she really wanted to rush over and kick Yao Moen. Why are you so fierce? Waner is scared. You can't cry if you're scared. How could Yao Moen not understand Yu Funing's meaning? On the other side of the glass wall, when Yi Hongyi saw Yi Junqing pull Yao Moen into his arms, he clenched his fists and smashed them against the wall. Ice Soul, release Yao Moen immediately. Otherwise, we guarantee that we'll send people to raze this place to the ground. Yi Hongyi was enraged like a lion. This time, Ice Soul didn't object. After all, he hadn't been able to find any problems with Yao Moen in the past 5 days. However, Yi Junqing kept sending unfavorable news to him, so he couldn't allow Yi Junqing to continue operating outside. Ice Soul will do as you bid. Ice Soul nodded slightly, then disappeared from the room and reappeared in the prison. As if sensing someone behind him, Yi Junqing was just about to turn around when he felt a pain in the back of his neck. In the next second, he fainted. Yi Junqing, don't die. Wanner is still waiting. Before Yao Moen could finish speaking, Ice Soul sealed her sleeping acupuncture point and carried her out of the prison. Prince, how are you? Hurry and wake up. Yu Funing couldn't be bothered with Yao Moen anymore. She looked towards Yi Junqing anxiously. At the time, she had endured the pain of not revealing Yao Moen's identity for the sake of herself and her father. If that person found out that Yao Moen was Jing Xian, not only would her life be in danger, her father, who was under Yao Moen's protection, would also be implicated. The second reason was for Yi Junqing. She believed that as long as Yao Moen was alive, she would definitely protect Yi Junqing, so she convinced herself that she had to help Yao Moen get through this. However, the moment she saw Yi Junqing, she truly hated herself for trusting Yao Moen like she was a god. As he looked at Yao Moen in his arms, even though she was unconscious, there were still tears in the corners of her eyes. Yi Hongyi's heart ached to the extreme. He would remember this debt, and when he subdued the Iron Blood Army in the future, he would definitely make the Ice Spirit Army pay 100-fold. Ice Soul's actions were all for the sake of Great Chu. I ask for your Majesty's forgiveness for any inappropriate actions. As for Yi Junqing, the evidence is conclusive. Does your Majesty believe that Ice Soul will execute him here or announce this to the world? Ice Soul naturally saw Yi Hongyi's resentment, but he didn't care. If it wasn't for the fact that he owed the late emperor his life, he wouldn't need to care about other people's expressions at all. We'll discuss this later. At this time, Yi Hongyi wasn't in the mood to discuss Yi Junqing with Ice Soul. He just wanted to carry Wanner back to Guan Osprey Palace. Ice Soul didn't insist. After all, in his heart, Yi Junqing could be considered a valiant and skilled general. Being able to live another day was good enough. Time seemed to go through several reincarnations. When Yao Moen opened her eyes again, Yi Hongyi's worried face appeared in front of her. In this instant, Yao Moen almost laughed out loud. What a hypocritical expression. Even if it was a woman who had fallen in love with him, he could still mercilessly throw her in prison for several days and nights. Yao Moen didn't find this strange. If Yi Hongyi didn't do this, then he wouldn't be Yi Hongyi. Perhaps Yao Moen didn't know that if Yi Hongyi could make decisions, he definitely wouldn't bear to let her suffer. However, this was completely meaningless to Yao Moen. Your Majesty, Wawa. Wanner's so scared. They locked Wanner in a wet room, didn't let Wanner eat her fill, and bullied Wanner. Your Majesty, where did you go? Why didn't you come to save Wanner? Yao Moen abruptly got up and threw herself into Yi Hongyi's embrace, crying pitifully. Wanner, don't be afraid. We won't let anyone harm Wanner. No one can. After the Ice Soul's confirmation, Yi Hongyi was completely convinced that Yao Moen was a fool and his love for her had only increased. This is bad. Your Majesty, Wanner saw that Yi Junqing and Big Sister Consort Xian have also been locked up. You have to go save them. There's an ugly woman there. She's so fierce. She beat Big Sister Consort Xian so badly. Yao Moen suddenly burrowed out of Yi Hongyi's embrace, her eyelashes still wet with tears. It's fine. We've already sent people to save them. Wanner, you've lost a lot of weight these past few days. We specially ordered the Imperial Kitchen to make some nourishing soup for you. We'll bring it over right now. Yi Hongyi lightly wiped the tears from the corners of Yao Moen's eyes. Just as he was about to get up, Yao Moen pulled him back. Your Majesty, Moen's so tired. Can I not drink it? Yao Moen rubbed her eyes as she begged. Wanner can do whatever you want. Just sleep. We'll stay here to keep you company. Yi Hongyi's gaze was extremely gentle, even brighter than the moonlight. However, in Yao Moen's eyes, this was the funniest gaze in the world. Yao Moen suddenly thought, if she told Yi Hongyi right now that she was Yao Ma Xin, that he had forced to death in the cold palace, she really didn't know what Yi Hongyi's gaze would change. Yao Moen only thought about it. After all, now wasn't the time yet. Yao Moen was helped onto the bed by Yi Hongyi. Then she impatiently closed her eyes. She hated seeing that face because it made her feel disgusted. When Yao Moen woke up again, Yi Hongyi wasn't in Guan Osprey Palace. This made Yao Moen feel much better. Your Highness, it's a good thing you're fine. You scared this servant. When Yi Hongyi had been there, Tingyu hadn't even had the chance to enter. Now that Yi Hongyi had left, Tingyu naturally stayed by Yao Moen's bedside. This consort is fine, but the esteemed prince is in imminent danger. Inshui. Yao Moen slowly got up, her expression cold. This subordinate is here. Inshui was already standing next to Yao Moen. Are you able to find where Yi Junqing is being held? Yao Moen believed that since Yi Junqing dared to enter the tiger's den, he definitely had a backup plan. Replying, Master, this subordinate can find it. However, the person who kidnapped Prince is extremely skilled. This subordinate isn't a match for him, reported Inshui truthfully. In reality, ever since Yi Junqing had started acting wantonly, Inshui had been ordered to follow him in secret. Up until Yi Junqing had been kidnapped by the Eye Soul, Inshui had been following behind him the entire time. What if Yin Nanxing is included? Yao Moen knew that person's martial arts were extremely skilled. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kidnap her right under Inshui's nose. Then there's 100% chance, said Inshui confidently. All right, this consort will send a letter to Yin Nanxing right now. You should go and prepare as well. You must rescue Yi Junqing tomorrow. Yi Hongyi had even hardened his heart and locked himself away for so many days, so there was no need to worry about Yi Junqing. Inshui understands, but if we rescue the esteemed prince, we won't be able to return to Guan Osprey Palace. Does Master plan on sending Prince out of Chu City? Inshui looked towards Yao Moen worriedly. Now that things have reached this point, there's no better way. Although Yao Moen felt that the time wasn't right, now wasn't the time to talk about timing. Then Master? Inshui hesitated. This consort can't leave. At the very least, I can't disappear with him. Otherwise, people will become suspicious. After this incident, Yi Hongyi won't suspect this consort for now. Let's just take it one step at a time. Yao Moen took a deep breath. Right now, the most important thing was to rescue Yi Junqing. Chapter 313. If Master doesn't leave with the esteemed prince might not leave. Inshui spoke of the difficulty. This consort has thought about it. When you guys save him, just give him some medicine. When we get to Mongyuan, have Bin Lei keep a close eye on him. Yao Moen couldn't think of a better solution for now. What comforted Yi Hongyi was that the news of Yi Junqing's disappearance didn't cause too much of a reaction among the generals. Although there were the occasional general who requested to investigate, their attitude wasn't very firm. Thus, Yi Hongyi had an idea. Perhaps it wouldn't be a problem for Yi Junqing to just silently die like this. After leaving court, Yi Hongyi first went to Guan Osprey Palace. After confirming that Yao Moen was fine, he left the imperial palace through a secret passage in Central Dragon Palace. Inside the prison, Yi Junqing was sitting cross-legged in a corner with his eyes closed. Funing is thinking, just how much did Prince owe the Yao sisters in your previous life for you to do this for them? Yu Funing's eyes moistened as she looked at the handsome Yi Junqing. Sorry, Junqing's matter has implicated Consort Xian. The evidence had already fallen into Yi Hongyi's hands, so he didn't care that the walls had ears. Fine, I'll let you owe me in this life. In the next life, you can treat Funing the same way you treat the Yao sisters. If that's the case, Funing would be willing to die. Yu Funing smiled bitterly as all sorts of emotions filled her heart. To be able to die together with Yi Junqing, she felt that the heavens had been kind to her. Regardless of whether Consort Xian believes it or not, Junqing doesn't wish for Consort Xian to die. Yi Junqing didn't want to owe this kind of emotional debt because he wouldn't be able to marry Yu Funing in the next life. I believe that you won't let Yao Maxin down even in the next life, much less the next. Funing knows that Prince's heart can't hold anyone else. It was Funing who overestimated her own abilities and delusionally wanted to be together with Prince. Now that she's ended up like this, She can't blame the heavens or anyone else. Yu Funing smiled self-mockingly as tears flowed into her heart. On the other side of the glass wall, Yi Hongyi glared at Yi Junqing viciously. His fists were clenched so tightly that the veins on them popped and popped. Slut. Get rid of her as well. Yi Hongyi's eyes widened. He never expected that the reason Yu Funing had betrayed him was because she had fallen in love with Yi Junqing. She also never expected that Yi Junqing would use Yu Funing's feelings to entice her. This didn't seem like Yi Junqing's style. Ice Soul, may I be so bold as to ask, what should we do with the esteemed prince and consort Xian's corpses? As Ice Soul watched Yi Hongyi stamp the tiger seal on the silk, he couldn't bear to do it for even a moment. Burn it. Yi Hongyi snorted coldly, then left. After Yi Hongyi left, the Ice Soul sect ordered the ugly woman to prepare a sumptuous dinner. It could be considered a token of his sincerity. As he looked at the food in front of him, Yi Junqing lifted his eyes to look at the ugly woman. She was ugly because there were burn marks on her face. Is it possible to put Consort Xian down and drink with this prince? Yi Junqing's suggestion caused a trace of warmth to flash through Yu Funing's heart. The ugly woman didn't speak. Instead, she looked at the opposite wall. Then, she walked behind Yu Funing and untied her from the torture rack. There's no poison in the food and wine. Enjoy to your heart's content. After saying this, the ugly woman turned to leave. When Yi Junqing saw that Yu Funing was stumbling, he immediately got up to support her. Prince is too considerate. The moment their skin touched, Yu Funing's lips curved slightly. Back then, she had dressed herself up, but Yi Junqing hadn't given her the slightest bit of attention. Now, her hair was disheveled and her clothes were ragged, but Yi Junqing still cared for her like this. In this moment, Yu Funing felt that the affairs of the world were just a dream. Those things that you yearned for but couldn't obtain would eventually arrive when you gave up. The two of them sat looking at each other, pouring wine and drinking together. What they talked about were those insignificant things of the past. They didn't mention the name Yao Mo again. During the meal, the ugly woman actually changed the torch 3 times in a row. It was already midnight. Ice Soul walked in a black robe. At this time, Yi Junqing had just finished drinking the last cup of wine. The person who sent us off is here. Yu Funing didn't show any fear or alarm. On the contrary, she suddenly felt a bit impatient. Since she couldn't be together with Yi Junqing in this life, it would be best if they could die together. You're from the Iron Blood Corps, right? Yi Junqing slowly put down the wine cup and looked towards Ice Soul. That abnormally pale face was enough to be remembered with a single glance. Does this question have any meaning to Prince? Ice Soul admired Yi Junqing's calmness and wasn't in a hurry to act. This prince should at least know who killed him. Is that not enough? Yi Junqing's lips curved slightly as he felt a bit of anticipation in his heart. This one is the vice commander of the Iron Blood Corps, Ice Soul. Ice Soul didn't plan on hiding this from Yi Junqing. I expected it. Other than the people from the Iron Blood Corps, there's no one by Yi Hongyi's side that can subdue this prince. Yi Junqing nodded slightly, then stood up and stood in front of Ice Soul. Prince shouldn't rebel. The land of Great Chu can't change hands so easily, said Ice Soul calmly. There wasn't a hint of anger in his voice. Ice Soul had hoped that the person who had inherited the throne hadn't been Yi Hongyi. Winner takes all. This prince has nothing else to say. Do it. Even if Yi Junqing hadn't been hit by the bone-softening powder, he still might not be a match for Ice Soul. Thus, he didn't plan on resisting. Sorry for the offense. Ice Soul's left hand curled slightly as he slowly circulated his chi. Even though he couldn't bear to do it, this was still his mission. Thus, he struck out with his palm towards Yi Junqing's heart. In the nick of time, a red light flashed past like a shooting star. In the blink of an eye, Yi Junqing was moved out of the cell. At the same time, Inshui rescued Yu Funing. You actually had a way to find this place? Ice Soul turned to look towards Yin Nansheng and Inshui, his deep eyes gradually turning cold. Lu Sha, take the esteemed prince and Yu Funing away first. Yin Nansheng could sense the strong inner strength coming from Ice Soul and knew that this person's martial arts were on par with his. Ugly woman. Ice Soul's eyes turned cold, and he immediately charged towards Yin Nansheng. At the same time, the ugly woman who had been hiding in the shadows blocked Liu Sha's path. When Yin Shui saw the ugly woman charging towards Liu Sha, she shot out a cold arrow and jumped in front of the ugly woman to block her. Liu Sha didn't dare to continue fighting and immediately left the cell with Yi Junqing and Yu Funing. The sky darkened, but there was still no clear victor. Yin Shui had originally planned on helping Yin Nanqing after dealing with the ugly woman, but she hadn't expected to underestimate the ugly woman's strength. There weren't many people who could fight against her for 300 rounds without batting an eyelid, and this person was one of them. While Yin Shui was fighting, Yin Nanqing's side was even more chaotic. Yin Shui could only see two beams of red and black light tangling together. As for the battle, she really had no time to worry about it. Stop! After about 2 hours, Yin Nanqing suddenly shouted, and the four of them immediately separated. Go! The ice spirit originally thought that Yin Nanqing had something to say, but she never imagined that Yin Nanqing only wanted to distract her. Yin Shui had been by Yin Nanqing's side for so long, so she naturally understood the gesture that Yin Nanqing had given her. So when Yin Nanqing left, Yin Shui disappeared without a trace. The ugly woman wanted to chase after her, but Ice Soul called her back. Forget it, I won't be able to catch up. Ice Soul sighed in relief. Esteemed one, this subordinate doesn't understand. The ugly woman looked towards Ice Soul in surprise. This cell had a self-destruct mechanism, so as long as Ice Soul wanted to, no one would be able to escape. Of course, it was the same for them. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.